which is a positive sign. Anyway, big stage, massive stage. Vif is our starting point, but I don't think anybody will remember Vif by the end of the day, because all of the battles will take place on the Col de la Loze. And I, for one, am very interested to see what will happen today. Up this mythical mountain that has very recent history with the Tour, if not a long and drawn-out past. It is one that I am eagerly anticipating. Either way, it will be starting soon, and we will get an entertaining little break formation, I believe. But all that we will wait for, and it doesn't start in very long. So I'm glad the stream is running, at least, for now. Just doing a couple of little bits and pieces behind the scenes. And then I'm ready and I can read chat and everything will be going fine. Decided to even change to the sports category today. I am feeling that frivolous about what's going on at this race. Either way, we will begin very soon. 4 minutes to be precise. I am on the edge of my seat and ready to go. And hopefully you are as well. We will be discussing loads in this stream, of course. 11 o'clock start for me, which is earlier than usual in this particular case. But either way, 4 minutes to go and the racing will commence shortly. Seb PK's got himself onto the race radio, which means he's almost ready and the flag drop will be imminent. But not after a neutral rollout of about 10 minutes into Vif, and then the stage can begin. So, a reminder from First Cycling right now, who we've switched between them and Pro Cycling Stats and the Tour de France website. So, all three of them have been a part of this stream, but I use First Cycling for now. And they are reminding you of the general classification, or jersey wearers, should I say, before the start of the race. Tadej Pogacar is in the yellow and the King of the Mountains jersey. Jonathan Milan will be wearing the green jersey. Florian Lipowitz is in white. And Visma Lease-A-Bike lead the team classification. Pogacar, although being in the King of the Mountains jersey, or being the leader of that classification, of course the jersey is worn by Lenny Martinez because Pogacar takes yellow. And the rollout is almost done. 1.8 kilometers remain until the stage begins. And there will be some tetchiness in the peloton. Certainly some nerves around. Not only really for the GC men, but the sprinters as well, to stay within the time limit. And especially looking at that green jersey of Jonathan Milan in that regard. But we'll see how things pan out in just over 2 minutes' time. A couple of riders stopping right now. Louis Barret being one of them, on a little hold-up. And it's important for the breakaway riders to be at the front and as near to Christian Prudhomme's director's car as possible. It's usually an indicator of who will go up the road. Harold Tejada is not going to be one of them by the looks of things, because he is towards the back of the peloton. Wout van Aert, however, situated towards the front. Chris Nyland's there as well for Israel Premier Tech, and the King of the Mountains jersey of Lenny Martinez with the half polka dot, half Bahrain victorious coloured jersey shorts. I think that's pretty disgusting. You need to go either all in or all out with polka dot shorts, but I don't make the rules. Jonathan Milan towards the front as well. Mohoric there too, looking to position Lenny Martinez in the breakaway. Phil Bauhaus in and around as well. Durbridge as well towards the front, so lots of different rider types. A couple of quote-unquote tug buddies to get teammates into the breakaway. But Sylvain Dillier, after a brief bit of trouble, is back in the peloton, and I think we have a complete group for the start of this race. Christian Prudhomme is out of the car. Kilometre 0 approaching on my stream right now, and the flag drop is about to happen. Howard Tejada looking over his shoulder. Quinn Simmons choosing this time in particular for a nature break. And Sylvain Dillier, just before kilometre 0, makes it back. So the départ is upon us, and kilometre 0, it passes and we're underway, and it's immediately Lidl Trek that send all of the troops forward, bar Quinn Simmons, of course, who is having a pee on the side of the road, but that doesn't matter to Lidl Trek, who will look to lock this race down until they get to the intermediate sprint. The American team clearly have interests in Jonathan Milan, and perhaps this is a agreement from the peloton that Lidl Trek will control this until the intermediate sprint, and then the breakaways will be allowed to go after the sprint takes place. But Milan towards the head of the peloton with his Lidl Trek teammates, currently on the wheel of Tom Stoynes as we're seeing it. But the intermediate sprint will take place with 148 kilometres to go. So it's about 22 kilometres into the day that Lidl Trek will have to pace for, holding off the attacks in the peloton. And this is very much a statement of intent from Lidl Trek. Perhaps Quinton Simmons saving himself for the breakaway with that tactical nature break. But Lidl Trek have 22 kilometres to lock this race down. As of now, they're doing it, and as of now, the peloton are complying. Pascal Inkhorn, Sylvain Dillier, and Harold Tejada towards the back. Mike Turnison there as well. Chatting to the former Dutch national champion Pascal Inkhorn. And I think this is what we're going to be seeing for the first 22 kilometres. Lidl Trek locking the race down, and everybody else seemingly complying with it until 20 kilometres time, when the breakaways will be allowed to go. So you could argue that this is an elongated neutral section, and the stage will be shortened to 148 kilometres, rather than the 170 that are ahead of us. Or 171, I should say. Scoins, though, just rolling on the front, and Lidl Trek have set their intentions out very clearly as soon as this stage has begun. Scoins, though, in the Latvian national champions jersey, a jersey that he's got great affinity with, having won it multiple times in the past. And once again, Lidl Trek, after being on the front in the late stages yesterday, continue their job this morning, or heading into the afternoon if you're in France, which they are. And once we get to the intermediate sprint, the road does go uphill, so it's a favourable position for the intermediate sprint to be if you're Jonathan Milan and you struggle to get over the climbs like we saw yesterday. "20 kilometres until we reach that fabled intermediate sprint, though, and 20 kilometres until the finish line for a couple of Lidl Trek's domestiques, you'd think, unless they're planning on putting riders into the breakaway, and they need the likes of Jasper Stuyven to help out with that, and Thibaut Nace, who is currently on the front of the race, locking things down after having a less than impressive start to his Tour de France. As we're having some team radio now from the boys at the front of the race, Lidl Trek, and the team car says there's a lot of teams who want the green jersey to go to a sprinter and not to Pogacar, apparently. Which is interesting. Interesting to get that insight from the peloton. Is that anti-Pogacar or is that pro-Milan messaging from the Lidl Trek team car? But Edward Turns is locking this race down. And I think they'll be getting, the stage directors will be getting the artsy nature shots out of the way early, because break formation will be delayed for about 20 kilometres. Scoins, though, 5-time Latvian national champion, sat second wheel, just on the wheel of Jasper Stuyven for the moment. Thibaut Nace playing around with his earpiece, third wheel. With Edward Turns in fourth. And Quinn Simmons in the American National Champions jersey is finally up towards the front after his unscheduled stop before the race began. "17 kilometres though until the intermediate sprint, and this certainly feels like the calm before the storm of this particular stage. And Lenny Martinez's interest in the King of the Mountains jersey will be put on hold for about 15 kilometres, as well as everybody else's breakaway hopes. A casual 45km/h pace being set by the peloton. But there is 164 kilometres to go and 16 kilometres until the sprint of the day. So, while that's happening, let's get some quotage out of the way, because there was a lot of victory for... there was a lot of victory? That's not a sentence. There was a big victory for Lidl Trek yesterday, and a big step that Jonathan Milan took closer to the green jersey. Here was what he had to say at the end of yesterday's stage. Jonathan Milan said, "I am really happy. I didn't survive it alone though. I survived all of this with the help of my teammates. Without all of this, I would not be here. Maybe I would be dropped early already on one of the climbs. With the help every day of my teammates, we achieved all of these results. Today was a really tough stage. We controlled it from the beginning with the help of some other teams. My teammates helped me when I dropped on the first climb. In the second one, they did a good pace. It was a difficult final though because of the weather. To be in first position at the roundabouts was a bit scary, but they helped me, supported me, and this is a fantastic team victory. I have to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I'm super happy for all of us. I didn't know that there was a crash. I hope no one was really badly affected. They delivered me in the best position. I was really focused for it, and I was looking forward all the time. It was a big achievement for all of us. Today we have a bit more of distance with the points. We had a lot of fun today." And they certainly did. Jonathan Milan's second stage victory. Admittedly, this one came in slightly more chaotic circumstances. Following a crash in the late stages of the stage, with 1 kilometre to go, a mass incident involving Alexis Reynard, Pavel Bittner and Cyril Barth. Bittner, the unfortunate filling in the sandwich of the two French riders, who were both competing for Tobias Lund Andersen's wheel, and at the end of the day, that caused a huge pile-up that held up the vast majority of the peloton, all but 11 riders who were away at the front, and Jonathan Milan duly delivered the sprint result that Lidl Trek were wanting, having moved up just at the right time, courtesy of Jasper Stuyven's lead out. Stuyven was up there with him for the sprint, but Jonathan Milan held off the challenge from Jordi Meus of Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe, who had to settle for second on the stage. Anyway, that was the result from yesterday, and elsewhere in the Lidl Trek camp, the other rider that was up with him was indeed Jasper Stuyven. And here's what he had to say. "I think with the rain, it was just a bit more chaotic on yesterday's stage. It was a hard day. They didn't make it easy for us, but I think we moved at the right time, and then I saw the crash happening. I said on the radio that we were going to do the sprint with 10 or 15 guys, 11 to be precise, so it also changes things a lot with no guys coming from behind. Johnny Milan didn't really need to push too much. He could wait, and that was a nice thing. He trusted me today, and I put him there. I knew I couldn't do the lead out anymore, but I put him in the wheel with Jordi Meus, and he did perfectly from that point onwards. I think it was not getting easier, but it's a nice one. Today we were one unit, all committed to the goal, and all committed to sharing the work. Ultimately, it paid off for us." So that's what Jasper Stuyven was saying, and we will have a quick look at the points classification before we get to the intermediate sprint, because then it will be very quickly outdated. Jonathan Milan leads the way now on 251 points, is that true? Tadej Pogacar on 240 and 169 for Biniam Diomaye. I'm going to say that confidently, but I think I haven't updated my my points classification, which if not, then that is pretty terrible from me, I've got to be honest. I'm sure Milan's on like 300. He is. Milan's on 312, so that is inherently wrong anyway. Is that an old one? I think it might be. Because Florian Lipowitz is wrong as well, so I am wondering whether I've put an old one in here. That's a bit better. I knew I'd put an old one in there. Anyway, we'll get to that slightly later then, the updated rankings. Because with 160 kilometres of the day remaining, 12 kilometres to go until the sprint, it is still Lidl Trek monitoring things on the front. Everybody seems happy with Lidl forcing a procession to the intermediate sprint for Jonathan Milan to pick up yet more points. And out the back at the moment, Tish Benoot. Of course, no problem being out the back right now. It's important, though, to be there in 11.5 kilometres time when the attacks will begin. And I think you'll be seeing riders attempt to follow the likes of Jonathan Milan and Biniam Diomaye going for the sprint. Because they could provide, accidentally in their case, a launch pad for the breakaway riders to go. So any breakaway riders will be looking at being towards the front for the intermediate sprint as well. This could get very chaotic, and Lidl Trek, of course, have to put their riders towards the front to discourage any breakaway before the intermediate sprint. But perhaps their lack of lead-out riders when the intermediate sprint comes, because there are so many riders interested in getting up the road and following the attacks, we could be seeing a very different intermediate sprint to ones that we've seen in previous stages, if the breakaway riders want to race this. But either way, that will be in around 5 to 10 kilometres time, because Tom Schroeds continues at the front of the peloton to be the monitor of this race. Florian Lipowitz sat quite nicely towards the front of the peloton for now. Same with Visma Lease-A-Bike, who have Wout van Aert, Victor Campenaerts, and I think that's Matteo Jorgenson up there. So I wonder whether those three are going into the breakaway. I did hear that Pogacar crashed into... I heard that he crashed into a team car. The fact that it's the Visma Lease-A-Bike team car is very funny. But he seems fine, so yeah, let's see how that goes. And I found it interesting that on Lidl Trek's radio, they've just kind of... You could take it as Lidl Trek saying that Pogacar taking green would be bad for the image of the sport, or you could take it as fake hype, I guess, to the team that Milan deserves to be in green. I did listen to the interview, actually. It was aired on British TV just before I started streaming, and I was like, what? Like, I was kind of half listening. No, actually, I was not listening, and then I heard that like he crashed into the car, and I was like, whoa, let me actually lock into this conversation. The fact that he said they brake checked him is kind of funny. But yeah, I cannot wait for the stage to begin properly once Little Trek have decided that they are done with things at the front and the intermediate sprint passes by. As of now, though, Thibaut Nace locking it down for the American team. And thankfully, First Cycling is like miles behind my the stream that I'm watching right now. 156.6 to go on my screen, and it's flicked down just now to 156.5. That actually looks like a sick village, I've got to be honest. Usually I don't fall for the touristic artsy shots, but yeah, it looks like an elite village, whichever one they're passing at the moment. Just outside Vif. Actually, so much so that I'm going to actually have a look to see which place that they're going past right now. It's the chateau of the village being shown at the moment, but I'm going to find out where this place is, because I've got nothing better to do with this early part of the day. Dun, 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 dun. It looks like Seychelles. If there's one place in France that I want to go, maybe it's there. Either way, now that I actually have the updated graphic and I have replaced the old one, here's how the green jersey classification looks. Jonathan Milan, 312 points leading the way, is 72 points clear of Tadej Pogacar. With not too many to race for from this point onwards, Pogacar might still have it in his fingertips, but it is very quickly entering the hands of Jonathan Milan for good. Especially if he can win the intermediate sprint and Tadej Pogacar does not take any points whatsoever. I've not seen him towards the front early on at this early stage of the tour. I have seen Florian Lipowitz, but I haven't seen Tadej Pogacar's yellow jersey right towards the forefront of things. But no, Milan leads by 72 points, Biniam Girmay in third position, quite far off Tadej Pogacar and Jonathan Milan. He's not going to be able to catch the Slovenian. Pogacar leads the King of the Mountain classification, level on points with Lenny Martinez, but ahead by taking more or category tests. Martinez, though, will be looking to take back that polka dot jersey by getting into the breakaway once the intermediate sprint has been completed. He's second for Bahrain Victorious. Timo Arensman, only 12 points behind both of them, and in good form with that stage win up to Otakam. No, it's not. Pogacar took stage win on Otakam. The stage after Otakam. Oh, I'm so tired. Arensman third for the Oscar Grenadiers of 48 points. Lipowitz leads the way in the white jersey. Just under 62 hours in the saddle for him. Oscar Onley 2 minutes behind. Looks like that battle between Onley and Lipowitz is over. Unless the Brit can pull something out of the bag on Col de la Loze. Kevin Vauquelin will have to try and do the same to bridge the gap to Oscar Onley, but those top three are starting to get in colour order. As of now, Lipowitz has been better over the last couple of stages than Onley, who has been better over the last couple of stages than Kevin Vauquelin. So I think this is a very legitimate top three for the white jersey, now that Remco Evenepoel is out of the race, of course. Two other instances, two bits of admin, should I say, before I get my stream back for the intermediate sprint. Two withdrawals before the start of today's stage. Cyril Barth of Groupama FDJ and Carlos Rodriguez of Ineos Grenadiers are the two riders not to start. Both after being involved in that crash with 1 kilometre to go. Carlos Rodriguez went down twice yesterday though, so was already a little bit bashed up and bruised before being in the incident, and I think it's a broken pelvis for Carlos Rodriguez, which has forced him out of the race. And yeah, good decision from Ineos to not let 10th in the general classification defend that top 10 and let him recover from the pelvis injury. That might put him out of the Vuelta a España as well, which is a bad sign for the GC leader of the Ineos Grenadiers, Cyril Barth, lead-out rider for Groupama FDJ, could have been involved in a couple of the breakaways on the coming stages, just as a teammate for the likes of Valentin Madouas, Guillaume Martin, etc. in that team. But he will not continue after rolling in last on yesterday's stage. Full of bandages and medic aids. But in the end, will not begin today's stage. So those are the two riders that have withdrawn from the race entering today. And right now, today is being covered so far by Lidl Trek, who continue to make sure things stay steady at the front of the race. I'm about to get my stream back, thankfully, and with 5 kilometers till the intermediate sprint, nothing has happened, which is good. Viewing Matteo Bergado right now, stuffed a couple of bottles in his jersey. The Total Energy man who was involved, of course, in yesterday's breakaway with Jonas Abrahamsen, Vincenzo Albanese and Quentin Pache, just latching himself onto the back of the peloton with the likes of Guillaume Boivin there. Caught up in that incident yesterday with Barth, Rodriguez and many other riders, Biniam Diomaye being one of them and probably the main guy involved in that crash. Arnaud Delis as well towards the back for Lotto. He's not interested at all in green jersey points. And from what we've seen on previous stages, it will just be Anthony Turgis, it will be Biniam Diomaye, and it will be Jonathan Milan, who are the main three. Tim Merlier might have his nose poked in, but will not be going for intermediate sprint honours, we'll say that. .8 kilometres until the intermediate sprint then will be contested. And it will be contested in Rio Peru. 20 points, of course, given out to the best rider, or the first rider, should I say, across the intermediate sprint line. And it looks like it's a good day for now, but the weather looks distinctively worse than this on Col de la Loze. 21 degrees centigrade at ground level. But it gets colder the further you go up Col de la Loze, and it will get more wet, is what the forecast was saying yesterday evening. Maybe it's cleared up since I last checked. The Lidl Trek have 5 riders on the front, and then Jonathan Milan with Simone Consoli on his wheel. Right at the back now is Guillaume Boivin. Still, Arnaud Delis towards the back has a couple of teammates with him, including the likes of Jared Drisner's lead-out rider. Caden Groves also towards the back for Alpecin de Koning. As of now, negotiating through the road furniture that Matthias Skjelmose would have crashed into on his own. Also towards the back for Soudal Quickstep is Bert van Leerberger, lead-out rider for Tim Merlier. And covetous representation at the rear of the peloton with Benjamin Thomas, who doesn't look interested in going into the breakaway. Keep an eye on the King of the Mountains jersey, though, of Lenny Martinez at this intermediate sprint, because he might be using the likes of Milan, Guillaume, and Turgis as launch pads to get into the breakaway. And have an early advantage before the Col du Landon begins. The first climb of the day, which, I mean, the stats are horrifying. 21.7 kilometers, 5.1% average. But there's flat sections on the climb, there's even descent sections on the climb, so it is what they call in the industry a fake news climb. 5.1%, no sir, it's probably more like 7 to 8% average. Two kilometers then until the intermediate sprint, and Lidl Trek will soon start ramping things up at the front for Jonathan Milan, who is sat 6th wheel as of now. $20 points for the winner, of course, 17 for second, 15 for third, and then gradually further and further down until you get to the singular point given out for 15th position. 4th takes 13, 5th takes 11, and then from then it is 1 point down for each individual rider that crosses the line, until you get to 15th place, who takes home the solitary point. Thibaut Nace then, with 1.4 kilometers remaining until the intermediate sprint is passed. At the front, he will hand over to Jasper Stuyven, who will hand over to Tom Stroins, and then it is Edward Turns' job to position Simmons and Milan for the intermediate sprint. Nace, though, upping the tempo, and the first I saw of the yellow jersey of Tadej Pogacar towards the front of the race, nestled in a couple of UAE Team Emirates teammate wheels, but under the 1 kilometer to go banner until you get to the intermediate sprint. Felix Gall towards the back for Decathlon Age Desert, got multiple teammates around him, Bastien Tronchon, Oliver Narsson as well, and Callum Scottson there too. And Gall loves to be at the back. It might not be the best decision to be right at the back on this type of start, where things will very quickly explode after the intermediate sprint. Will they explode for the intermediate sprint? I don't think so. Jonathan Milan picking the wheels of a couple of lead-out men, and Lidl Trek are racing this one in. Tadej Pogacar taking no interest by the looks of things, sat sort of 40th to 50th wheel in the peloton. And Lidl Trek's guys don't need to sprint or continue their sprint. Tim Wellens, though, trying to latch himself on, as is Jonas Abrahamsen, as is Wout van Aert. So a couple of riders are using the sprinters as a launch pad, using them for a counter-attack. Jonathan Milan crossed the line in first, Biniu Girmay second, Anthony Turgis third, and now the breakaway formation can commence. Who will be the first to blink? Will it be the trio that have tried to latch themselves on? Quinn Simmons doing the same. Van Aert says, come on. Anthony Turgis says, go on then. Biniu Girmay says, no thank you, and so does Jonathan Milan, politely declining Van Aert's invitation. And now you've got Tim Wellens, Quinn Simmons, Wout van Aert, Matej Mohoric as well, trying to get across the gap, and Jonas Abrahamsen. So, Wellens, Abrahamsen, Turgis, Van Aert, Simmons and Mohoric, your early move that have launched just after the intermediate sprint. And these are some good domestiques to have in a breakaway if you are a pure mountain rider. I'm looking at Lenny Martinez, who of course has Matej Mohoric up the road already. Turgis, though, continuing on after his intermediate sprint interest. But not anymore. He decides that this breakaway is not going to be the one. As Harold Tejada, who has been towards the back for the early parts of the stage, moves himself up when it's necessary and is getting involved in break formation. But off goes Wellens again. The Belgian national champion makes another move up the road. UAE Team Emirates have a clear plan to get him in the breakaway. And this time it's a different Visma Lease-A-Bike rider, as Guillaume Boivin, nursing all sorts of injuries to his left side from the crash with a kilometre remaining, is already out of the back, and it's going to be a long, long stage for the Canadian. Looks like Jorgenson that's trying to get across at the moment. In the end, all he's done is brought the rest of the peloton with him. But Wellens pushes on at the moment in a solo breakaway. We saw him do this on stage 15 in the final 40 kilometres. This is very much different though. Probably being used as a launch pad for Tadej Pogacar on this stage. Having a rider, of course, in the morning breakaway gives you so many more tactical options that you can make and decisions that you can play with during the stage. It doesn't mean you have to be one-dimensional. Jonathan Milan already struggling. And the rider looking over his shoulder constantly is Thibaut Nace. That is going to be Milan's protection. But Milan wins the intermediate sprint. Guillaume second for 17 sprint points. Turgis third, Abrahamsen fourth, Wellens fifth, with Simmons, Edward Toods, Wout van Aert and Thibaut Nace. Buchmann in 10th, so is clearly interested in going in the breakaway. Other riders up there were Lenny Martinez in 14th and Davide Ballerini in 13th. Ballerini, though, was part of the sprint yesterday. So it's going to be a big day to G himself up to get in the breakaway if he wants to do that in particular. As of now, though, big split in the peloton, and we have a very large breakaway that is up the road for the moment. 42 riders in particular, and Oscar Onley and Primoz Roglic are in there. Ben Healy there too, Jordan Jaeger. But all of a sudden, this slightly looks worrying. These actually are the guys behind what they're calling the peloton. It's going to be a tough one to keep an eye on this particular stage, but multiple riders are trying to bring this large move back. I think it's UAE Team Emirates that are trying their hardest to bring this back, and riders are letting go of the wheel and just allowing, I think that's Marc Soler, up the road. So Visma Lease-A-Bike doing a couple of cheeky little manoeuvres to catch UAE Team Emirates out. But at the moment, it's the UAE Team Emirates rider of Tim Wellens that is away at the front. On his own, and with 9 seconds on Tadej Pogacar in the peloton. And a peloton that is almost catching the large breakaway, but are seemingly letting this one go. It's a massive move that is going to be struggled. It's going to be a struggle to control if you want the stage win. Pogacar, though, seems happy, tucked away in the peloton. Now there's an attack from Tudor on the left-hand side. Soudal Quick-Step, Alpecin de Koning, Arkea B&B and Visma Lease-A-Bike are looking to go with it. And I wonder whether that Visma move will be marked. In the end, no. More riders heading off up the road. And we could actually see a huge, huge breakaway. On this, the biggest, arguably most difficult stage of the Tour de France. And plenty of representation to try and get up the road. But lots of riders on the move as of now. And Pogacar and Vingegaard will be watching each other, but could this be a chance for the likes of Lipowitz and Onley and the podium contenders to get each other up the road? And I think that Lipowitz, Onley, Roglic, Gal and Johannesson, basically all of the top 10, have made it into this group. Matteo Jorgenson is there, as is Simon Yates. Marc Soler has found himself up the road for UAE Team Emirates, as has Wout van Aert. Affini also up the road. But this is super, super interesting. UAE Team Emirates team radio saying from Pogacar, Tim, don't kill yourself. And then the team car says, Tim is alone, 3 seconds in front of the group. But Florian Lipowitz is indeed in this second group, and it's a second group of 61 riders. So Lipowitz, Onley, Roglic, Vauquelin, Gal, Johannesson, Healy are all riders in the top 10 that have made it up the road. Towards the rear of the peloton, though, at the moment, you've got to be aware to hang on, and it's Jordi Meus that is doing the hanging at the moment. Because the peloton are trying to bring this one back. And it is a super interesting move that has gone away. It won't last very long because all, really, of the podium contenders have made it in there. And there it is, being brought back as we speak by Visma Lease-A-Bike. So UAE calling Visma's bluff there. And we'll see how the attacks go again. 141.4 kilometers remain. The peloton 17 seconds behind solo rider Tim Wellens. But yeah, that is the first we've seen from the tacticians of the move, and yeah, they've forced the issue, the podium contenders, and Visma Lease-A-Bike have chased it down. So, interesting move, but shut down ultimately. Meanwhile, Tim Wellens, the innocent bystander that has been left up the road on his own has to press on. One rider that did try and was in the front at the early part of the day was Quinn Simmons, who said yesterday on the stage win of Jonathan Milan, it's super to hear on the radio that Jonathan Milan wins after what he calls a full day at work, which I think is a nice way to describe monitoring the breakaway and riding at the front for 150 kilometres. Nils Pollitt clocks in for those days at work regularly on mountain stages. My girlfriend this morning asked me why I was so nervous, as it's a sprint and I just have to pull. I told her if I have a good day, I can make a sprint for Johnny and I think he's going to win. I didn't see how the boys did in the final, but they seemed to nail it and we take a second win. I'm not a fan of racing in the rain, so I'm quite happy to do the first 150 kilometres and then let the big boys do their work in the final. But for sure, they seem to have nailed it. He's one of these guys that make it super easy for him, to suffer for him, shall I say. He wants to have fun and maybe spends a bit too much energy being like this, but it's a nice environment to be in. It's super nice to be here with him. Meanwhile, I was being told in my ear that Biniam Girmay needs some assistance from the Intermarché team car for a mechanical problem. Wheel change is necessary. But Visma Lease-A-Bike are really trying their best to control this and get their riders that they want up the road, and as of now, they're not doing it. Tim Wellens, though, is away at the front and expending plenty of energy, let's say that. Van Aert trying to bridge it to his Belgian counterpart. And he has been very active as well in breakaway formation so far today. But Jonathan Milan, though, taking the 20 points at the intermediate sprint is going to be big for his green jersey hopes, and he was talking about them late in yesterday's stage, where he was discussing the worry of Tadej Pogacar being behind him. Milan said, the green jersey battle has still not ended. We still have some really tough days that are awaiting us, with the climbs there too. I'm really happy with how it's going so far though. We will keep fighting every day for intermediates, and then on the last day we can possibly go for the stage. We'll see how it will go. I'm a bit more relaxed though after this stage win, but I will keep fighting. I'll keep trying to achieve as many points as I can. And on his first attempt, he gets maximum points at the intermediate sprint. So, big result there for Jonathan Milan's green jersey hopes, as I'm about to get my stream back. And Biniam Girmay has got his bike change and is now amongst the convoy trying to get back to the peloton. But the break has still yet to form in its entirety. We do have the chase group at the moment of Van Aert, Lutsenko, Groves and Jonas Vingegaard. 4 riders. And 4 riders who are especially good. 3 of which on the flat. Lutsenko, good in the hills. But we haven't seen those big performances from him at this Tour de France so far. A couple of riders sat between the 2 groups on the road as well. That is Valentin Madouas and Matteo Jorgenson for now. And more attacks go off the front. Wellens has 25 seconds on the peloton as it stands. It's not a big gap and it's easily bridgeable, which is why so many riders are looking to do just that. And bridge the gap but Lidl Trek, after controlling things, are yet to have any impetus on the breakaway. Wellens at the front of the race. The camera flicks back to the Wout van Aert group that is chasing across to him. And more riders are going up the road. Now that it goes uphill, we will be seeing the climbers make their moves. At least for now. The foot of the Glandon is imminent. So now is the time for the riders that prosper on the flats, that want to be in the breakaway, the likes of Ruch, the likes of Groves, to get up the road and get an advantage before the climb begins. As Total Energy throw another rider into the breakaway. This time it looks like Verchet again. But Van Aert, Ruch, Groves and Lutsenko will soon make it across to Tim Wellens, who has sat up and is now waiting for these four guys. And it's not necessarily the breakaway you expect on a stage finishing atop Col de la Loze, but they will be joined by better climbers you'd expect. Two Belgians then, Wellens and Van Aert, a German in Jonas Ruch, Kane Groves from Australia, and Alexei Lutsenko, the Kazakh representative in the breakaway for Israel Premier Tech. Absent de Koenig, is Intermarché, Wanty, Visma Lease-A-Bike and UAE Team Emirates have all got a rider up the road. Matteo Verchet trying to bridge for Total Energy, the Frenchman. But as of now has not done that. And more riders are heading off of the front of the peloton. Biniam Girmay right towards the back, but more attacks are flying. And you've got a 7-rider chase group now, including Matteo Verchet, who has been joined by 6 others. 2 Ineos Grenadiers in Timo Ahrensman and Sam Watson. Ivan Romeo there for Movistar. Marius Meyerhofer of Tudor Pro Cycling. Buitrago of Bahrain Victorious. And Ben O'Connor of Jayco AlUla. So, if they come together, this breakaway will suddenly get much, much larger. 12 riders would be your new breakaway. And as of now, only 1 rider is off the back, and that is Guillaume Boivin, who I don't think will finish this stage within the time limit. At the top of Col de la Loze, it'll be a big challenge for him to just make it within time, as Arkea B&B Hotels are looking to send a couple of riders up the road in one swoop. But Kamil Gradek is looking behind for Lenny Martinez, I assume, to catapult him into the breakaway when the road goes uphill. Martinez sat second wheel on the wheel of his Polish teammate. But the peloton slows once again and attacks, I assume, will kick off once more. As of now, though, the riders that have jumped the gun are Tim Wellens, Wout van Aert, Jonas Ruch, Kane Groves and Alexei Lutsenko, with Buitrago, Ahrensman, Sam Watson, Meyerhofer, O'Connor, Romeo and Verchet about 20 seconds behind, and the peloton at 45 seconds down. More and more attacks will go, but my stream right now is trying to squeeze as many adverts as possible into the early part of the stage, which is mildly infuriating because I've actually not got that many quotes today. It was a poor day for the journalists, I've got to say. Nobody, I think, wanted to stay out in the horrible weather, get their microphones wet and all of that. But I do have a couple of bits and pieces from a couple of guys. Most notably, your climbers who will be looking forward to today's stage in particular. And we'll start with a couple of lines from Jonas Vingegaard and Florian Lipowitz. We'll start with Jonas, who said, "Today will be a very hard stage, probably the hardest in the whole Tour de France." And you've got to agree with him. On paper, this looks immensely, immensely difficult. And Florian Lipowitz does agree. He says it will be a super hard day, but the day after will be too. We will see how things go, but I expect Jonas Vingegaard will try something, and we just need to be there. I hope the legs are good for me. Pogacar, on the other side of the fence in the yellow jersey, said, "I'm looking forward to the next days. The bad weather is here, and the next days should be pretty good as well. So the coldish weather suits me well, but as I get older, I prefer the sunshine. I think it's both Danish and Slovenian weather, so we will see how things go." And here's the stage in a little bit more detail. 171.5 kilometers between Vif and Courchevel Col de la Loze. What a stage. 3 all-category mountains, 2 heading to over 2,000 meters, and gradually they get harder and harder. The Col de Glandon first, 21.7 kilometers, 5.1% average, but we've already been over the fact that it goes downhill in places and it is flat in places. So that percentage might look simple on paper, but is much more complex than that in practice. Next, up to 2,000 meters above sea level, exactly the Col de la Madeleine, 19.2 kilometers at 7.9% average, and it's a much more consistent gradient than the Col du Glandon. The Col de la Loze, though, it's back to being up and down for 26.4 kilometers at an average of 6.5%, but it has some really seriously steep gradients at points. It has some flat sections at points. It pinches to 16% at sections 2. And this is the highest points of this Tour de France. Hence, it's given the souvenir Henri Desgrange at 2,304 meters above sea level. And it will all begin, you'd think, on that Col de la Loze, unless Visma have ideas to rip it up on either the Glandon or the Madeleine and go early. We've heard before the start of today's stage Jonas Vingegaard saying that he wants, or he is prepared to lose second place to try and win the Tour de France. And we've heard Pogacar say that that sounds like what Jonas Vingegaard would say, and that he is prepared for what Jonas will throw at him today. So it's going to be a big battle between the big two, you would expect. And that's exactly why I've got both of them in my predictions, which we will get to fairly shortly. But the race situation is ever changing while I've been looking through the profile and while I've been looking through the quotes of the GC favourites. At the moment, though, it is still Wellens and Van Aert that lead the way and are the big names in the breakaway. The chasing group is still trying to make its way across, and it's lost a rider. As of now, it's lost a couple. Both the Ineos guys. Jonas Vingegaard, though, has been dropped out of the leading group. Could not hold the wheels on the early slopes of the Col de Glandon, which is now where the breakaway is. He's been reeled in by the group of Ben O'Connor, Santiago Buitrago there, Romeo and Meyerhofer, with Ineos yet to have any riders up the road. It's Matteo Trentin, though, of Tudor Pro Cycling that are looking to get another rider up with Meyerhofer. And the rider on his wheel is Michael Storer. It's the only guy they've got to send up the road. Timo Arensman is there with Storer, right on the wheel of the Australian. 20 kilometers to the top of the Glandon, and now we will be seeing the pure climbers make their moves you'd expect. But riders instantly being kicked off the back as soon as the road goes uphill. Kasper Asgreen and Michael Valgren, the Danish duo on EF Education Easy Post. 2 riders who have been dropped as Ben O'Connor gets rid of the rest of his breakaway counterparts and attempts a solo bridge. Other riders that are making their way through, Clément Champoussin just making his way through the cars as of now. Jake Stewart clinging on to the back of the peloton. His teammate Mathis Louvel is being dropped though as things stand. The Alpecin-Deceuninck rider being dropped off the back is Gianni Vermeersch. So we're seeing these flat specialists already pull the pin out of the peloton and try and form a gruppetto early on in the stage. Wellens, though, pushing on for UAE Team Emirates in the Belgian tricolour. And it might be at the cost of Caden Groves, who is not taking relays in this breakaway. The Australian sprinter, versatile sprinter at least, on Alpecin-Deceuninck, clinging to the back of Tim Wellens, Wout van Aert and Alexei Lutsenko as things stand. But as of now, 33 seconds separate the peloton and the breakaway. And the peloton is being led once again by Visma Lease-A-Bike, who haven't missed a move this time, but perhaps they wanted more riders to go up the road in the end. And I worry this is all playing into the hands of Tadej Pogacar. Groves has been dropped though from Wellens, Van Aert and Lutsenko, who continue to press on. The 2 number 7s of each team, the 2 Belgians in each team. Of course, there is other Belgian representation on Visma Lease-A-Bike, but you'd argue that this is their most important Belgian rider. Not Kampenaerts or Touche Benoot, but Wout van Aert. And Matteo Jorgenson now monitoring attacks. Started by Total Energy, Lenny Martinez following the wheels for now. You expect him to hit out at some point, and that some point might be soon, but as of now, sitting on the wheel of Norwegian champion Andreas Leknesund. Movistar will look to get Einer Rubio and Enric Mas up the road, you'd think. Castrillo as well as another potential rider that they could send into the breakaway. But Wellens, Lutsenko and Wout van Aert are at the front of this race now. Caden Groves, I'm sure we'll see him manoeuvre his way towards the peloton soon. As Wout van Aert looks like he's struggling. Dropped by Tim Wellens and Alexei Lutsenko. So is he being a satellite for Matteo Jorgenson, who now follows Quinn Simmons? A dual American move. And is that Primoz Roglic that has slipped in? Jorgenson, Simmons, and Roglic going with Matteo Jorgenson and Quinn Simmons, and the alarm bell should start ringing for Oscar Onley and Picnic PostNL because Primoz Roglic has slipped into the move. Roglic has to commit from here, and indeed he does. He pushes on, drops the rest of his breakaway counterparts, and now Roglic will be the first rider to catch Wout van Aert. Flies straight past the Belgian in the Red Bull helmet, the Red Bull Bora rider, formerly on Visma Lease-A-Bike, will push on. So this is a big move from a rider who thinks he must be on a big day. Roglic's intention, seemingly, is to cause chaos. And he is doing just that right now. Riding his way across to Tim Wellens and Alexei Lutsenko, as Wout van Aert looks to pace Matteo Jorgenson up the road. He's bringing a couple of guys with him. Lenny Martinez being one of them, who is trying his best to attack up to the group. As of now, just dangling off the back, but Felix Gall is getting up there as well for Decathlon Age d'Isère, and now the alarm bells really must start ringing for most of the general classification top 10, because this is Felix Gall playing his cards early alongside Primoz Roglic. Geraint Thomas out of the back with Emmanuel Buchmann too. Bad sign for my predictions, because I had Buchmann as one to watch. Not necessarily for the stage win, but just to be in the breakaway. Valentin Paré-Pantra as well, struggling to cling on after his win atop Mont Ventoux. But now, all of a sudden, this race is being blown apart. Primoz Roglic and Felix Gall have had other ideas for this stage and are looking to take the bull by the horns. 127 kilometres to go, and you've already had 2 of the top 10 make attacks. Jorgenson, though, has joined up with Primoz Roglic. Felix Gall is there too, and I think that is that could be Castrillo on their wheel. It is Mühlberger, I think, actually. So Roglic, Gall, Jorgenson, Mühlberger, and Lenny Martinez is in the chase group. And a chase group that are being pursued now by the peloton. And who is leading the peloton? But this is big that Matteo Jorgenson gets in the breakaway, because it's proof that he's back to his old form. And the group are gradually being reeled in by the peloton, but the alarm bells will be going off for multiple teams after seeing Gall and Roglic go up the road. Now, what is going to happen with Florian Lipowitz? Because this is not only a statement from Roglic that he is either on good enough form to show his legs early, or on pretty terrible form and wants to use up the rest of the group's resources early on. But Florian Lipowitz might well be in good form today if he's getting his teammate to already make attacks. Quentin Paché hanging on to the back of the peloton, as is Nils Pollitt. Guillaume-Martin Guillaumet is gradually moving up as things go on. Michael Storer struggling to hold on after missing the breakaway for Tudor Pro Cycling. Ivan Romeo as well has had a try today. But it's UAE Team Emirates on the front of the race right now. And the situation right now is fascinating to watch. Sat third wheel in the white jersey, Florian Lipowitz watching his teammate Primoz Roglic from a distance, and probably enjoying this performance from his teammate. Julien Alaphilippe towards the back though for Tudor, so Michael Storer is still in there. And might be ready to launch if he gets the chance. But more riders are making inroads on this group, which is slowing up to allow an extra couple of riders in the move. Michael Woods has made it up there, Raul Garcia Pierna. Rubio is now with his teammate Mühlberger. Armirai Leknesund as well in the Norwegian national champions jersey. Is up the road as well, and we've got a 52 rider gruppetto, including the green jersey. So The green jersey group has formed, and I'll be monitoring that time gap throughout the stage. 126 kilometers remain though. We've ridden at an average of around 42 kilometers an hour so far. That will slow down as the stage goes on, and we go uphill and down dale. But Bruno Armirail is in there with Felix Gall, which is a worrying sign for any riders above the Austrian on general classification. And they will start to form towards the front of the peloton and chase this group down. Michael Storer now goes, no riders in his wheel, attempting a solo bridge as of now. Team announcement rolls off the front. That's not really an attack at all from Team announcement, but looking to get to the wheel of Michael Storer, because this is a very elite group of riders in Group 2 trying to make it across to Wellens and Lutsenko up front. But Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe and Decathlon Azure Desert are playing their cards very, very early. The race has barely got underway, and already we've had 2 GC quote-unquote favourites. Certainly top 10 riders make their way up the road with the King of the Mountains jersey and key Visma Lease-A-Bike domestique. Ben O'Connor now launches, as well as a rider from Total Energy. Is that Jordan Jaeger, the newest recruit to the top 10 of the Tour de France? Attacking in the wheel of the moto. But O'Connor is away, and UAE Team Emirates continue to control the peloton. 25 seconds separate the leading group and Jordan Jaeger, who has just attacked away, and will be looking to join forces with Ben O'Connor and make it across to a 15, should I say, rider front group. But now, if Jaeger makes it, you've got 4 of the top 12 in the breakaway. And so many of the current top 10 are going to be watching with intent at what is going to happen for the rest of the stage. Either way, everything is kicking off early on in this stage in particular. So, let's move on to my predictions, because, well, it wasn't a fantastic result yesterday. Admittedly, can't really bargain for a massive crash at 1 kilometer to go before the stage begins. But whatever. I went with Tim Merlier to win the stage. In fact, it was my second choice, Jonathan Milan, that won, so not all terrible. But I thought Damien Touze would be the man for Cofidis in the sprint. In the end, though, that wasn't the case. Alexis Renard was Cofidis' choice. But in the end, the Frenchman, Renard, was caught up in the incident and probably actually was mostly to blame for the crash with 1 kilometer remaining in the stage, squeezing Pavel Bittner into Cyril Barth, in turn causing Barth to hit the deck pretty badly and holding up most of the peloton. So Damien Touze didn't really pull through for me on stage 17, but here is who I've got for today. I've gone for Jonas Vingegaard to win. Emmanuel Buchmann is clearly not making the breakaway right now, so my ones to watch for him to get into the break is not working. So now all of my faith is put in the obvious duo. Jonas Vingegaard of Visma Lease-A-Bike I've got to win the stage. as Tadej Pogacar is my backup pick. And yeah, fairly obvious duo in my predictions for today's stage in particular. But 20 seconds now is the gap between the leading group and the two chasers, or the chasing group, should I say, of Vingegaard, Christian Rodriguez, Enric Mas, Frank van den Broek, Pablo Castillo, and Luke Plapp. Michael Storer has just made the bridge. According to the Tour de France website as well, Will Barter's up the road, which is huge. I've gone for an ad break. They are getting them out the way super early, I hope. So that pretty much the whole Col de la Loze hopefully is uninterrupted. Either way, Vingegaard, Pogacar and Buchmann is who I have gone for today. "20 seconds though between the two front groups right now. And a front group which includes Primoz Roglic, the closest to the GC lead at 11 minutes and 42 seconds down. Gal is 3 minutes behind Primoz Roglic entering today. So is maybe doing a bit of monitoring of the Slovenian as well as trying to take time on others. Of course, he's got the ability to do that. And he is putting himself in an interesting position. And an unorthodox position to try and achieve his goal of moving up on the general classification. Maybe looking on at a stage win as well, as we have a radio from Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe, which says, Primoz, UAE is pulling fast, so don't waste that much. And UAE are pulling fast. Marc Soler trying to put riders into difficulty on the first climb of the day, Col du Glandon, which is a bad sign for the likes of Enric Mas and Jordan Gilliatt. Mechanical problem though for UAE Team Emirates rider, and that was Pavel Sivakov out of the back with mechanical trouble. Everybody makes it through fine just about. Nils Pollitt is in the group as well. So Pollitt's still there. Sivakov dropping out of the peloton for now, after the chain went. UAE Team Emirates laying down an early marker on this race, as have Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe. All of the GC teams are putting in the work early on. "12.4 kilometers until the top of the Glandon Pass, and our next steep section will start shortly for the breakaway. More and more riders heading off the front though. Groupama FDJ and Intermarché Wanty attacking as Emmanuel Buchmann stops by the side of the road. Might be the first rider to have uncovered the Taylorson curse. It's a mechanical issue, so he will stay in the race, I think. This is not a Remco Evenepoel situation that we've got for the German on Cofidis. But Decathlon Agir looking to send another rider up the road, followed by a rider from Intermarché Wanty, which I think tells you the false pace that UAE are pushing at the front of the peloton with Nils Pollitt right now. And EF Education Easy Post having representation in that move, having missed the breakaway entirely with every single one of their riders left in this race. So right now, Berthet, Baudin and Barret, Triple B, chasing down this move. Now that Nils Pollitt is on the front though, it is the last possible opportunity, I think, for any interested riders in getting into the breakaway to make their move. Just being reeled in right now, though, is Michael Woods of Israel Premier Tech by the rest of the chasing group. Pablo Castrillo leading the way, working for his teammate Enric Mas. Jordan Jagat is in the group though. Christian Rodriguez there too. Van den Broek will be interested in going for his own stage honours, I'm sure, but I think with the calibre of riders alongside him, as Michael Storer has bike trouble, so grabs a fresh BMC and starts riding again for Tudor. He's got a tough job to get back to the breakaway group now. But Jagat will be interested in GC honours. Van den Broek will be, you'd think, interested in helping out Oscar Onley and being a stepping stone for the Brit towards the end of the stage. Other riders, though, will be looking at the stage win. The likes of Christian Rodriguez. And UAE Team Emirates will be controlling this one from now onwards. Tadej Pogacar sat about 20th wheel as things stand, as Niels Pollitt will commence his job of riding to ensure that the gap stays as it is. One of the problems, though, of Pollitt riding so consistently well is that the gap doesn't go out large enough, so riders can just ping across to the breakaway whenever they want and put UAE under more pressure. So there are negatives to the way Pollitt paces, and for now he is dropping Marc Soler, who is just letting the wheel of the German go and has to put in a slightly larger effort to get across to Pollitt. Pollitt, though, is stringing out this yellow jersey group. I think Pollitt will be looking to empty the tank once he gets to the top of the Glandon, and then gradually head downhill at a slower pace. Decathlon, though, on the radio. Correction, Felix's group hasn't been caught yet. They're still on the attack. Good job, Felix. Good job. So that team car is so far behind, with multiple groups on the road not being allowed to head up to the breakaway group. They're so far behind that they don't know the race situation. And I'm sure once you get to such high points that the service to the team car will not be fantastic. So they probably won't be getting a TV picture right at the top of the climbs. Maybe that's why Clement Berthet made his move then, because he now knows that Felix is still up the road. So perhaps they want another rider alongside Bruno Armirail and Felix Gall in the breakaway. Enric Mas, though, has been dropped by his own teammate Pablo Castrillo, and this is a bad sign for the Movistar team leader, who is usually so good at the Vuelta a España. Might be targeting that after the Tour de France. And Mas, whenever he's at the Tour de France, does not carry the form that he does at the Vuelta. Bruno Armirail, though, continuing at the front. Felix Gall at second wheel, Matteo Jorgenson in third. With Primoz Roglic, eyes staring straight down at the rear wheel of Will Barter as things stand. Roglic, of course, now on Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe, and a former Bora-Hansgrohe domestique, and a rider whose stock was so high entering the end of, or exiting 2019, should I say, Gregor Mühlberger, who loves a big climb and was one of the super domestiques of the year at the Tour de France. Around 5 to 10 years ago now. Still deceptively young. Not old by any means, but hasn't hit the form that he did on that one tour. Bit of a streets won't forget cyclist. certainly in my head. But Castrillo now is being cast out of the back of the chase group with Jordan Jagat, who cannot cling onto the wheels of Luke Plapp, among others in the breakaway, Mike Woods as well, who will want to catch the leading group before the descent, not only for King of the Mountain points, but also so that he can build up a gap for his descending is not fantastic, let's say. Let's just put it that way. 10 kilometres to go until the top of the Col du Glandon, and UAE Team Emirates have already set their stall outs in the form of Nils Pollitt. Castrillo, though, fighting back, and so is Jordan Jagat, who now finds the wheel of Christian Rodriguez, Frank van der Broek, Michael Woods there as well. Pollitt looking behind himself, assessing the damage in the peloton, which is already immensely strung out, and riders off the back constantly. Looks to be no more than sort of 30 to 35 riders now in this peloton. And Lenny Martinez battling with the bike, starting to struggle, and he's got 10 kilometres of suffering remaining in the King of the Mountains jersey. Martinez, the rider that has taken this jersey the most seriously of any of the riders at this tour so far, might not win it. It might fall into the hands of Pogacar by the end of today. His goal, realistically, is the top of the Madeleine. That is his stage finish, so that he can win or wear the King of the Mountains jersey for good entering the next day. Sat right now on the wheel of former pink jersey wearer Andreas Leknesund of Uno X Mobility. The polka dot socks, the polka dot shorts ends for Lenny Martinez. Currently last of the 15 riders in the breakaway, and just keeping himself as far away from the front as possible. It's a fellow Frenchman forcing the pace in Bruno Amirai. And the UAE Team Emirates car is now up with the breakaway. So they're looking to give Tim Wellens some assistance, and will be monitoring as well Wout van Aert and Matteo Jorgenson of Visma Lease-A-Bike. Jorgenson, the biggest name up the road for the Dutch team. And I don't see Van Aert in this breakaway, so first cycling is inherently wrong. In this case, I actually might switch to pro cycling stats soon, if it doesn't update. But 118.3 kilometres remain in the stage. Nils Pollitt controlling things. Genuinely, I am going to go to an intermission here and switch, because first cycling is not cooking in the same way that it did. So, approaching the foot of the Col de Glandon now. And we have 2 riders that have broken away. I actually don't know how long I've muted up for. That's really depressing. At least I found out now. Jorgenson and Arensman have attacked the descent for Visma Lease-A-Bike and Ineos Grenadiers respectively. Tim Wellens leads the rest of the breakaway group after just about catching up to them. Roglic, Gal, O'Connor, Garcia Piana, Wellens, Bourdin, Rubio, Armirai. Armirai's up there, and yes, he is, and Lutsenko. Had to double check. Then comes a chasing group of multiple riders, Mühlberger, Vandenbroek, and Leknesund, followed by the rest of the breakaway. Jega, Christian Rodriguez, Clement Berthet, Lenny Martinez, Will Barter, and Luke Plapp. So Martinez has shedded positions on the descent following the attacks of Jorgenson and Arensman, who have gone up the road as of now. And the peloton, led by Nils Pollitt, contains 33 riders as things stand, heading towards the foot of the Col de la Madeleine. 19.3 kilometres, 7.8%. It's fairly easy percentages at the start, but then ramps up to a steady 8% for the vast majority of the climb, right to the summit. So, tough test for UAE Team Emirates, who lead the peloton at the moment. And will we see either of the GC teams force the issue? At the foot of the Madeleine, who knows? Around 2 minutes separate Jorgenson and Arensman from the front of the peloton right now. And if the second group joins up, as they did over the top of the first climb of the day, you will have a group of 10 riders, all with varying ambitions. Roglic and Gal and maybe O'Connor, looking at general classification. Stage win honours for Arensman. And then Wellens and Jorgenson, you'd expect, will be helping out their teammates. Rubio will be going for the stage win. Armirai helping out his GC leader Felix Gal in the break. And Alexei Lutsenko just looking to hang on for as long as possible, I think, alongside Raul Garcia Piana. Jorgenson and Arensman, though, the first I've seen of them at the head of the race and at the foot of the Madeleine. 19.2 kilometres, 7.9% is the official definition from the Tour de France of this climb. And it's a climb that is persistently raced at the Tour de France. Both of them went different ways round the roundabouts. Matteo Jorgenson knew which was the right way, and Arensman was not happy at all. So, despite the signage saying that both sides were heading out of that roundabout at the same time, Arensman has been swindled by the race direction a bit there and had to fight to get back to Jorgenson's wheel, but they're both back together now. And with a 38-second advantage on an 8-rider chasing group, which is now 9 actually. So I don't know who the Tour de France has missed out. But whatever. 40 seconds on the second group on the road. That includes Felix Gal and Primoz Roglic. 2 minutes and 17 on the polka dot jersey, who might just be reeled in by the peloton on the Col de la Madeleine, which is 3 minutes down on this breakaway group. So Roglic now within 8 minutes and 42 seconds if he can make it to the front of the lead of the race. He's certainly not going to take the yellow jersey today, but he might be making advances into the podium places on a good day. Certainly overtaking Oscar Onley as things stand in 4th. But with 18 kilometres left of the Madeleine, the climb has only just begun. as Enric Mas steps off the bike. Just hearing on race radio, so that was actually pretty quick from Pro Cycling Stats, that Enric Mas has abandoned the race. So clearly he wasn't feeling too great. Was up the road with Castrillo. In the end, Movistar have still got Einer Rubio up the road and Will Barter in the Lenny Martinez group, as Harold Tejada is towards the rear of the peloton. A couple of riders alongside him though, including Israel Premier Tech's Joe Blackmore. And confirmation now on TV that Enric Mas has abandoned the race, which is not a good sign for Movistar's hopes at a stage win in the coming mountain stages. Arensman and Jorgenson, though, continue up the Madeleine in a 2-up move. Bruno Armirail controlling things. And Garcia Piana has gone pop. So riders are being dropped off of the pace of Bruno Armirail in the second group. Lutsenko, the latest one to pull the pin off the back of the group. And a brief chat with the camera motorbike from Lutsenko, who has had enough of the pace. Bourdin hanging on the back, as is Tim Wellens, who has now been dropped by the Visma Lease-A-Bike rider Matteo Jorgenson in that sort of mini UAE Team Emirates versus Visma Lease-A-Bike battle in the break. And it's UAE Team Emirates and Pavel Sivakov who has come back on the descent of the Glandon to now be in the peloton. Martinez now has been reeled in, and that might just be the polka dot jersey hopes over for him at this Tour de France, especially with Timo Arensman in a group of 2 at the lead of the race right now. So it's Tadej Pogacar's to lose, I think, in the polka dot jersey race, as things are right now. Jordan Gilliat entering today was in the top 10. Now he is just been reeled in by the peloton. So Gilliat is going to have to freelance this one from the peloton and limit his losses to Ben O'Connor, who at the moment sits just under 3 minutes up the road from him, but quite far behind him on GC. Likely won't overtake him today, but will be in a position to tomorrow. Gilliat's just got to hold on for as long as he possibly can to maintain that 10th place in the general classification. O'Connor 11th entering the day. At the back of the peloton right now is Nielsen Paulus, who is just ever so slightly being distanced in the pink of EF Education Easy Post. And Martinez has been dropped out of the rear of that peloton immediately. So he might now face the wrath of the commissaire and will spend the remaining 83 kilometres worrying about that. Pavel Sivakov continues though. Nils Pollitt on his wheel, followed by Marc Soler and then Jonathan Narvaez of UAE Team Emirates, formulating a train at the front of the peloton. So the virtual classification, they're updating us on the screen now, remains with Lenny Martinez. So I wonder whether they're not enforcing any penalty on Martinez for that incident with the sticky bottle and the team car. Arensman and Jorgenson, though, continue on the front of this race. And I think you're seeing on these mountain stages, attacks go earlier and riders not happy with the tempo. We saw it with Lenny Martinez earlier in this race, basically being on his own over the first couple of climbs before being reeled in by a group including Sepkus. As of now, though, it's Visma Lease-A-Bike on the offensive again with Matteo Jorgenson and Timo Arensman once again involved. So Jorgenson leads the way, looks around for Timo Arensman. And he's got 15.5 kilometres to pace his effort as a satellite for Jonas Vingegaard. Meanwhile, the Roglic group are gradually closing this gap, down to 24 seconds as of now, from the front of the race. So this group should get back if things stay as they are and the time gap keeps closing as it is right now, over the top of the Madeleine. Felix Gall, a rider who doesn't really have the kick of Primož Roglic, as Tim Wellens slightly distanced from the wheel of Alex Baudin, just making his way back on. Rubio, O'Connor, Roglic and Gall are the only other riders remaining with the pace of Bruno Amirai at the front of the chase group, and Tim Wellens is starting to struggle. So Wellens is beginning to rock ever so slightly, which is not a good sign for him. And Roglic right now is moving himself into the top 3 of the general classification. Virtually, as things stand, the Red Bull Bora car is alongside, so is going to be aware of the movements of Primož Roglic. Mühlberger, though, is situated in a group with Van den Broek and Leknesund at 1 minute and 24 seconds down. Tim Wellens, I think, has been dropped for good from this chase group now. And Amirai is putting the Belgian in trouble. The rider who was up front on his own for a lot of the early portion, approaching the Col du Glandon, probably paying for those efforts now. Jorgenson, though, is making the efforts at the front of the race, with Timo Arensman in his wheel. Yet see Arensman take a turn on the front, so the Dutchman, I think, knows what he's doing. That Jorgenson just wants the gap as far out as possible, so taking fewer relays than the American. But Amirai is just bringing this group back for Felix Gall, and it's playing into the hands of Roglic, who is getting a free ride from the Frenchman as things stand. Gall looking to force his way into the top 5. Looking at Oscar Onley, who is currently occupying that 5th place in the virtual general classification, with Roglic moving up. But it continues to be UAE and Visma Lease-A-Bike who are controlling things at the front of the peloton. Visma Lease-A-Bike for the first time looking to usurp UAE Team Emirates at the front of this race, but Nils Pollitt kicks on once more, increases the tempo. So Visma getting a bit tetchy about the tempo, and Pollitt responds. Pavel Sivakov sat on the wheel of the former German national champion on UAE Team Emirates and former Tour de France stage winner. With another multiple-time Tour de France stage winner on his wheel, Wout van Aert sat third in the peloton, and Pogacar is not a fan of this manoeuvre from Visma Lease-A-Bike and has shifted himself onto the wheel of Wout van Aert in fourth in the peloton. So slight movements from a couple of the GC teams and the GC favourites themselves are causing a bit of worry and a bit of panic. Buitrago, though, clinging onto the rear of the peloton. Geraint Thomas looking for some assistance, I think, as Pollitt pulls over, and I think that's him gone for the day. Same with Pavel Sivakov, and now UAE Team Emirates are on the front with Marc Soler. But Visma Lease-A-Bike right now outnumbering UAE Team Emirates on the Madeleine. So are they going to make a move and go on the offensive, or are they going to let UAE play the defensive game and use up more of their resources? So maybe the tactic from UAE here is to have Soler pace the Madeleine and the Valley, and then Narvaez to set the early tempo, and Adam Yates to be the sole domestique on the later points of the Col de la Loze for Tadej Pogacar. Bold move, but UAE Team Emirates seem to be going for it, with Tim Wellens somewhere in between to be used as a satellite rider. Has been dropped from the second group on the road. Guillaume Martin-Guillaume and Michael Storer being dropped from the peloton. Martin, you'd think, would be going for stage wins from this point onwards, now out of the general classification picture. Buitrago as well takes a bottle from the Bahrain victorious team car. This time the director sportif does let go of the bottle. But now, Wout van Aert comes to the front, and this is Visma Lease-A-Bike upping the tempo. They are not happy with Marc Soler's pace, and Wout van Aert has been called forward to increase the tempo. Tish Benoot sat on his wheel, followed by Marc Soler, Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard, who are locked together once more. And with over 80 kilometres remaining, we're starting to see the first cards played by Visma Lease-A-Bike in the peloton. Anyway, I am going to have a brief bite to eat. So, if you're watching the VOD on YouTube and you are still watching after that long muted period, which I actually don't know how long it was, then feel free to skip forward a couple minutes, because I'm on an ad break right now and I might as well eat right now, so that I can not be doing ASMR for the rest of the stream. Alright, I am going to be off for a couple of minutes, so the stream will stay on, but that is the race situation as things are. So Quinn Simmons has been dropped from the peloton, as has Santiago Buitrago. Warren Barguil clinging onto the rear as well for Picnic PostNL. Elsewhere, Alexei Lutsenko has been reeled in by the peloton. So Barguil and Buitrago out of the back now of the main group. Berthe as well has been reeled in by the peloton, so more and more individuals are heading back. And that Mühlberger group will be the next one to be caught, unless Tim Wellens heads back with his tail between his legs, following his extensive efforts to get into the breakaway today. In the end, he got in, Wout van Aert didn't, and Wout van Aert was setting the pace in the peloton to close the gap on the breakaway that seemingly has joined up with Matteo Jorgenson and Timo Ahrensman. I'm still on an ad break, so I don't actually know for real. I've just seen Morten Gamst Pedersen on my feed, which is crazy. I don't actually know what they're advertising. Oh no, TNT Sports is Champions League coverage. Well, there we are. Anyway, I am about to get my feedback, which is fantastic. And it is still Bruno Mirai putting in a massive ride, closing down Timo Ahrensman and Matteo Jorgenson to create a leading group of 8 riders. Meanwhile, Wout van Aert has pulled off of the head of the peloton and riders are now being spat out of the back. Callum Scott's the latest to go. Geraint Thomas also gone, and Van Aert has pulled the pin on his day. That's enough for Wout van Aert, and Tish Benot's job now is to isolate Tadej Pogacar as best he can. Victor Kampenaerts still ready and raring to go. And Sepp Kuss slotting onto the wheel of Tadej Pogacar with Simon Yates there as well. Jonas Vingegaard sat third wheel. Soler has allowed Vingegaard and Kampenaerts to move forward. Pogacar on the wheel of the Dane. Locked together again, those two. Visma Lease-A-Bike controlling things though in the peloton, which is ever thinning. And it's starting to look more and more like an elite GC group as time goes on. The official Tour de France website says 26 riders. It's not 26 riders. As Raul Garcia Pierna gets reeled in, it looks closer to sort of 20 that are clinging on as of now, but it's Benot that has increased the pace once again. 78.5 kilometers on to go on my stream right now, as Felix Gall takes some bottles from the Age Desert Decathlon car and some words of advice from his director sportif, who must be happy with the performance of Bruno Mirai so far, as will Felix Gall. But somebody who won't be happy with their performance at the moment is Kevin Vauquelin, who is starting to struggle in the peloton. Vauquelin is clinging on to the rear of the peloton. He's got Ewan Costu with him to keep his morale high and have a wheel to follow. But right now, with 11.4 kilometers remaining for the breakaway on the climb, this is not even how long the peloton have left. Peloton will probably be closer to sort of 12.5. Kevin Vauquelin is off the back. Bad sign for the Frenchman on Arkea B&B Hotels. Meanwhile, Jordan Gilliat is fighting to hold the wheel. of the rest of the peloton, headed by Tadej Pogacar, who is ever increasing this tempo. Off the back, though, go the two Arkea riders, and now Ewan Costew's job is to limit the losses for Kevin Vauquelin, who will want to retain his GC top 10 and knows that Total Energy at the moment have their general classification rider in the peloton. He might be the next rider to go pop though, because Vingegaard is struggling. Puts his hand up for the team car. And at the moment he's stuck to the wheel of Michael Storer. The elite climbers now are coming out of the woodwork and now being pictured in the peloton, as up front Bruno Armirail is distanced. He wants something from the team car. Shake of the head, he's getting a little bit angry at the lack of assistance from his team car. They give Armirail a bottle. He douses himself in water and should make it back to the leading group. That includes the likes of Felix Gall. Who is it now increasing the tempo? It is actually Gall on the front. So the Austrian accelerates and by doing so drops Bruno Armirail. Primoz Roglic sees that and goes, well, thank you very much for dropping your own teammate. I'm going to continue to kick on. And Wout van Aert has stopped. Oh no, that's Tadej Pogacar, sorry. Has stopped on the side of the road. So he is done. Gone pop completely. And does that signal a change in the guard? And UAE Team Emirates coming back to the front? No, it doesn't. Visma Lease-A-Bike continue to press on. Ben Healy, though, is beginning to struggle off of the pace of Visma Lease-A-Bike. Visma Lease-A-Bike about to have a team radio as Victor Campenaerts begins his time at the front of the peloton. And the team say, we do it well and we do it at our pace. Only 25 guys left in the group anyway. This is really good. Come on. And it is much less than 25 riders now. More and more individuals being dropped. Ben Healy being put into difficulty, as well as Jordan Vingegaard, mean that we're heading towards 20 in this group. But they are constantly picking up dribs and drabs from the breakaway. But Ben Healy, once again with his Mountain Domestique, Harry Sweeney, being dropped from the peloton. So Healy in difficulty. And again, this is advantage Ben O'Connor, who is sat 11th and is comfortable in the breakaway. So Healy struggling to hang on, as is Gregor Mühlberger, who has been reeled in from the breakaway. Had a spill on the descent of the Col de Glandon as well. But a lot of damage is being caused now by Visma Lease-A-Bike. Elsewhere, the Green Jersey group is approaching 15 minutes behind. Primoz Roglic, though, leads the way and continues to put Bruno Armirail on a larger and larger gap. Felix Gall sat second wheel. Third wheel now is team announcement with Ben O'Connor. Matteo Jorgenson still up there as well. with Alex Baudin doing a fantastic effort right now in the mountains. His teammate Healy's dropping. They have not chosen to take Baudin back right now because they've got Harry Sweeney alongside the Irishman. But now Johannesson is in difficulty in the group of the yellow jersey. Head down though for Victor Campenaerts. No glasses again for him. And Simon Yates is next in line for Visma Lease-A-Bike. Sepp Kuss is sat third wheel with Vingegaard fourth, and Pogacar gets on the radio in fifth. Wonder what he's saying to the team car. Will it be broadcast? Anders Johannesson though dropping off of the back. Tobias, however, is still in the group, I believe. So his twin brother remains in the yellow jersey group. But Kevin Vauquelin has been dropped, as has Ben Healy. Riders alongside Kevin Vauquelin now include Alexander Vlasov of Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe, who has been distanced. So could not work anymore for the white jersey of Florian Lipowitz, who now has no teammates, but has Primoz Roglic up the road in their sort of dual leader system that they're operating at the moment. "76 kilometres remain, and Victor Campenaerts takes a bottle out of his bottle cage. And now, looking behind himself, is Tim Wellens. So I wonder whether that was what Pogacar was on the radio about. Wellens in the Belgian national champions jersey is ready to help out the yellow jersey. How much can Tim Wellens offer? Because he was dropped from the leading group a long while ago and has been solo ever since. Now reeled in by a fellow Belgian in the form of Victor Campenaerts. As I've just lost pictures, which is fandabidozy. Thank you very much, Sky. It's Victor Campenaerts' pace, clearly, that is ripping up my broadband. I've got him back, but I don't know how much of a delay I will now be on. 75.6 to go on my screen, and I am watching Gregor Mühlberger try his best to cling on to the rear of the peloton. Jordan Gilliat is doing just that. Mühlberger looks in a bit more difficulty, sat on the wheel as of now of Michael Storer, and once again Matteo Jorgenson heads to the front, this time not an acceleration but to keep the pace up. He's probably heard from the team car that his Visma Lease-A-Bike teammates are starting to force the issue in the peloton and has increased the pace as a result. But out of the back immediately goes Tim Wellens, so he does not have it today. The Belgian national champion starting to struggle on this terrain. As is Andreas Leknesund. Once again, this breakaway being reeled in ones and twos and spat out the back of the peloton in ones and twos. Leknesund the latest to go. Gregor Mühlberger looks to have paced his effort a little bit better because he is still hanging on to the back of the peloton, which has around 9 kilometres to go until they reach the top of the Madeleine. And it's Victor Campenaerts that is forcing the issue right now. Frank van den Broek next to be reeled for Picnic PostNL. Does he have anything to offer Oscar Onley? Or has he spent all his bickies on getting into the breakaway? He looks okay, but is out of the saddle. So Onley, for a brief period, will have a teammate at the very least. Simon and Adam go past the Yates fan club. From Berry Clarion, and that is horrible. A UAE Team Emirates Visma Lease-A-Bike half and half jersey. Armorai has been distanced. So there goes Armorai for good. Armorai gone from the peloton then. Felix Gall on his own in the breakaway. So despite accelerating away from his teammates, it may have been justified because Armorai was running out of energy clearly on the Col de la Madeleine. Van den Broek just trying his best to hang on. So can't really offer up too much for Oscar Onley. Tenth in the general classification though, Jordan Jagat has let the wheel go of Michael Storer, who is struggling to hang on himself. Tobias Harley-Johannesson is looking fine, as is Onley, Lipowitz, Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard. But no sign of Jordan Jagat now in the Maillot Jaune group, which is ever thinning. Indeed, Jagat, Mühlberger and Van den Broek off of the rear. So it's now an individual time trial for the Total Energies man. And it's quite a long one. 74 kilometers of individual time trial effort for Jagat to complete. Sergio Higuita still clinging on to the Yellow Jersey group. Not sure what the goal is for Higuita here, other than to do a good ride. Astana, you'd think, would be searching for stage wins in the mountains with Higuita, Champusana, Tejada. But Higuita, sticking with the peloton, is in the top 20 of the general classification, let's not forget, at 54 minutes down, in 19th. Entering today, which of course is now 18th with the abandonment of Carlos Rodriguez. Enric Mas's abandonment as well will move him up another position. But Ben Healy has Harry Sweeney with him. Kevin Vauquelin has Ewan Costu with him to keep the tempo on this Col de la Madeleine. Pogacar looks in control. Jonas Vingegaard gets on the radio, however, and Victor Campenaerts cannot do any more. So is that a call from Jonas Vingegaard to up the tempo? Is this Visma Lease-A-Bike attempting to make a move on the Madeleine? There is a sort of 10 to 15 kilometre valley section at the foot of the descent of the Madeleine. So it would be a bold move from Jonas Vingegaard to go, but the way he's been talking in pre-race interviews, he is ready to risk it all and lose it all to try and win this Tour. Which is what you want to hear. Will he deliver on those promises though? Out the back goes Higuita. Looks like 12 to 13 riders left in the peloton now that Higuita's gone. And that pull from Victor Campenaerts has blown the peloton basically in half. Out of the back goes Soler, who cannot hold the tempo of Simon Yates. And the pace increase has led to one casualty from UAE Team Emirates, Marc Soler, who I'm surprised has clung on for this long. But that means now Jonathan Narvaez and Adam Yates with Tadej Pogacar. It's 3-on-3 at the Tour de France. And those 3-on-3 riders are going up the road right now because I think I just saw Florian Lipowitz let the wheel go. Indeed he does, but he gets back. So the 3 UAE Team Emirates riders and the 3 Visma Lease-A-Bike riders will be locked in battle. But don't forget, Matteo Jorgenson is still up the road. Primoz Roglic is forcing the tempo, and the pace increase from Roglic has dropped Alex Bourdin. Now a minute separating the peloton and the breakaway group. And Roglic's tempo increase is starting to cause fractures. Einer Rubio following the wheel of the Slovenian. Matteo Jorgenson having to close the gap to the pair of them. Felix Gall starting to suffer in 4th wheel, with Ben O'Connor and Timo Arensman clinging on to the rest of their breakaway counterparts. Alex Bourdin could not put down the watts to stay with the breakaway. And if Arensman takes 20, he would move into the virtual lead of the King of the Mountains classification. So if he goes over the top of the Madeleine first, he will be in virtual polka dot. Jorgensen ploughing on at the front of the the breakaway, as more and more riders are being distanced, and if that's the name that I am listening to, then he is off the back. Indeed so, Visma Lease-A-Bike are forcing this one on. Sepp Kuss has dropped UAE Team Emirates riders Adam Yates and Jonathan Narvaez, so it is now 2-on-1 for Visma Lease-A-Bike. And suddenly now, Pogacar is on the back foot. Lipowitz is making his way across in the white jersey of Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe, but it is UAE Team Emirates' domestiques that are trying to make it back. Sepp Kuss now has increased the tempo, and Florian Lipowitz is struggling to cling on in the white jersey. Might have used up his energy too early. Onley has decided to stick with Narvaez and Yates, as has Tobias Harlan Johannesson, but Lipowitz is fighting to try and make it across to the yellow jersey, and at the moment he's fighting a losing battle, because Sepp Kuss is only looking up the mountain. This absolutely stinks of a Jonas Vingegaard attack to the wheel of Matteo Jorgenson. Only 72 kilometres to go, so, you know, not too far for an attack to try and win the Tour de France. And this is Sepp Kuss at his brilliant best, dropping the rest of the Tour de France, leaving them in the dust behind him, and Jonas Vingegaard, I think, is about to be set up for an acceleration. Meanwhile, the breakaway, probably unaware that all of that is going on behind, continue to push. Primoz Roglic on the front at the moment, Felix Gall there too. And although they're riding themselves up the general classification, I don't think they'll realise how close the yellow jersey is behind them now. It is 34 seconds to be precise. And Christian Prudhomme's car is being pulled out of the gap, so that is their first indication that the gap is closing between them and the peloton, which you can't really call a peloton anymore. Jorgensen has increased the tempo on the front. I wonder whether that means an attack is brewing for Jonas Vingegaard. He'll be able to hear Vingegaard and Sepp Kuss on the radio, communicating how they'll be feeling, and Sepp Kuss has indeed dropped Florian Lipowitz, so 3 riders are away. Kuss, Vingegaard, and Pogacar, and there goes Vingegaard. Vingegaard accelerates. It's not a drastic acceleration. It looks like a tempo attack from Jonas Vingegaard. Tadej Pogacar seated in the wheel of the Dane. And now it's Matteo Jorgenson's job to get Vingegaard as fast up this climb as he possibly can. Lipowitz has been dropped, and now Vingegaard can go for the victory. 4.7 Ks to the top of the Madeleine, and Vingegaard went. Jorgenson will be the next rider up the road. He will get the call through from either the Visma Lease-A-Bike team car or Jonas Vingegaard himself. And Pogacar sticks in the wheel. Vingegaard slows the tempo ever so slightly, but is looking to tap out his own pace. And this is clear intentions from Jonas Vingegaard to be willing to throw the Tour de France away to try and win it on this particular stage. Jorgenson takes one look behind him, looks again, realises who is leading the tempo, and pulls off the front of the breakaway group, which is soon to be joined by Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar. Florian Lipowitz has been dispatched and is now 27 seconds behind, and Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar head to the front of the breakaway. Jorgenson now will set a tempo. Will Vingegaard attack again, or will Vingegaard stick with Jorgenson's pace? So, right now, Pogacar, Vingegaard, Jorgenson, Arensman, Roglic, O'Connor, Rubio and Gal are your leading group. 3rd place, Lipowitz, dropped. 4th place, Oscar Onley, entering the day, dropped. Primož Roglic looks like the big winner in general classification, heading towards the penultimate part of this stage, the summit of the Col de Madeleine, which Florian Lipowitz will have to climb alone in the white jersey, 25 seconds behind the yellow jersey group. Pogacar on the radio again. He's got no teammates whatsoever. Adam Yates and Jonathan Narvaez are sat at 1 minute and 2 seconds behind this group. And with Matteo Jorgenson pressing on, it will be increasingly more difficult for Narvaez and Yates to get back. And if they do get back, they're going to bring Sepp Kuss and Simon Yates with them. Jorgenson continues. Pogacar getting more and more tetchy, and the clouds are rolling in. The wind is very much up, though, at the summit of the Col de la Madeleine. Lipowitz at 30 seconds down. Marc Soler trying to cling on to the rear of the Oscar Onley group. Simon Yates is there. Sepp Kuss isn't. But Oscar Onley looking across to Adam Yates, hoping for a pull. In the end, it's Onley that will have to do the work himself, because Florian Lipowitz is making his way up the road, as is Primož Roglic. So Lipowitz will take an advantage entering the descent, and it's time to see who the better descender is of Lipowitz and Onley. My guess would be Onley, because he's been on the bike more than Lipowitz. But how much better will the Scotsman be? Jorgenson is dropping Team and Arensman, so this is Arensman's King of the Mountains hopes going up the road. Most notably to Tadej Pogacar, who is going to take more points on the Col de la Madeleine. And if he continues this at the Col de la Loze, will take a commanding lead in the polka dot jersey classification. Thanks in part to Visma Lease-A-Bike, who have gone all in today. They have shoved all of their chips forward. Used up Koos, used up Van Aert, used up Benoot, used up Victor Kampenaerts, and now it's Matteo Jorgenson's job to pace Jonas Vingegaard up the Col de la Madeleine. As of now, it looks like it might be Jorgenson monitoring his efforts until the top. And whether Vingegaard pushes the descent or not will be up to him. If I was Jonas, I'd let Jorgenson pace and drop to behind Tadej Pogacar. Although he would let the wheel go, you'd think. So Jorgenson, who's dropped well out of GC now, is solely being used as a teammate and sacrificing himself for Jonas Vingegaard right now. Rubio clinging on. Team announcement has been dropped. Ben O'Connor as well, making sure he stays with this group because he is going to be a big winner of the day on GC if things stay as they are. O'Connor fighting to stay on the wheels. Roglic looks a lot more in control. As does Felix Gall. Ben O'Connor, though, the biggest face puller in this breakaway group. Jorgenson riding, I think, within his limits at the moment. But this is Visma Lease-A-Bike again, throwing the kitchen sink at this race. Pogacar's responded, but is alone now. 1 minute and 25 seconds separates Pogacar from his nearest teammates. And Florian Lipowitz has thrown himself back into GC contention. Back onto the podium. 40 seconds behind this leading group. But also 40 seconds ahead of the group of Oscar Onley. $69 remain though. And Jorgenson continues to push the pedals. He does look like he's starting to struggle though, the American. And he's got 2 kilometers until the summit. Then he can try his best to rest and recuperate down the descent of the Col de la Madeleine. Slightly less tricky than the Col de Landon, but does have flatter percentages. As the Moose Man is back. A feature of this race. This time wearing a different jersey. Lipowitz, though, continuing alone. And the team radio 3 from Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe saying, "Don't look behind, Lipowitz, you are doing well." But at the moment, how long will he be able to last on his own? He's got 70 kilometers left to ride. And if this is a pure solo effort, he is going to really struggle, especially on that flat section before the Col de la Loze. Aronsman has been dropped. But by reacting, or trying to react, to Vingegaard and Pogacar, Lipowitz has put himself in an intrepid situation. A little bit scary for Florian Lipowitz, a man who's in his first Tour de France, of course, and will learn probably from this and become a better rider as a result. But a more experienced rider might have let that one go and chosen to pace for themselves. Lipowitz, though, will press on, and Roglic will not drop back. Because he'll know that Florian Lipowitz is behind. He won't know how far behind exactly because he's not seen him. But the team cast seemingly has not told Roglic to wait. So Roglic going for his own general classification. Jorgenson's got 1,200 metres of his effort remaining until he reaches the top of the Madeleine, and then can have a brief rest down the descent, or as much of a rest as he can possibly have. But approaching the top of the Madeleine now. And the first big move has been made of the stage on this climb. We've seen the GC guys get into the morning breakaway, which was very quickly reeled in by Visma Lease-A-Bike and their domestique Eduardo Affini. And it's again the rest of the Visma Lease-A-Bike team that are continuing to pile the pressure on the yellow jersey. And a yellow jersey that will start the descent soon. Sergio Higuita still clinging on to the Adam Yates group. Both Sepp Kuss and Simon Yates are still in there, as is Marc Soler. So UAE outnumber Visma Lease-A-Bike 3-2 in that group. But that group is not getting back because they are 2 minutes behind. The lead group being paced by Matteo Jorgenson, and Lipowitz is holding the gap at 35 seconds now. And as Lipowitz holds the gap and Onley's gap goes out, Lipowitz increases his advantage on the podium places. The German will continue to fight, but as of now he's not on the level of Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar. Vorkalan at 3 minutes 45 down. We've got a time gap on him and should have one on him for the rest of the stage seemingly. And this pace from Visma Lease-A-Bike is going to put Jonathan Milan and the green jersey group in difficulty. They're approaching 20 minutes down already, midway through this stage. Gal looks alright as of now, and will be getting happier and happier the longer he stays with Pogacar and Vingegaard, because this is just catapulting him and Primož Roglic and Ben O'Connor up the general classification. Of course, they will have wanted the stage win, I'm sure, at the start of the day, but their GC advances will be enough to motivate them further. Jonas Vingegaard pulls to the side of Matteo Jorgenson, going over the summit of the climb. And Vingegaard is going to send this descent in first position, is he? Pogacar goes alongside and comes to the front. So Pogacar wants to control this descent in the yellow jersey. Jonas Vingegaard sat second wheel. He went over the summit of the climb in first, but Pogacar leads down the descent. Florian Lipowitz is 30 seconds down and is about to crest the Col de la Madeleine and begin his descent. This is the first real test he's had on a downhill to see how he compares to the likes of Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard. But Lipowitz begins the descent. My stream has gone to a break, so I'm going to go quiet for a couple of minutes, because if you have nothing to offer, then don't speak at all. So yeah, I'm going to leave you for a couple of minutes, and then come back once I've got pictures. We are heading into the 4th hour of this stage. And as of now, Florian Lipowitz is keeping the gap at around 30 seconds. Timo Arendsman is going to be somewhere in between those two riders. Of course, he was involved with Matteo Jorgenson in getting a gap on the rest of the breakaway on the descent. So you'd think that Arendsman would be a better descender than O'Connor, Roglic and Gal, as well as Rubio, all the other riders that were in the break when Arendsman and Jorgenson went away. But right now, it was Jonas Vingegaard that won over the climb of the Madeleine. Second place was Pogacar, who just about got in front of Matteo Jorgenson. So Pogacar takes 15 points over the top of the Col de la Madeleine. Vingegaard took 20. But Pogacar will move into the yellow jersey. The yellow jersey? He's already in the yellow jersey. He will move into the King of the Mountains jersey if he picks up 5 points or more on the Col de la Loze, which is 7th place or higher. So that's what Lenny Martinez will be looking at. I don't think that's what he'll get, but he'll be hoping for Pogacar to ease up and let the likes of Felix Gall and Primoz Roglic, Ben O'Connor contest the stage win. But down the descent fly the peloton. I'm watching the back of Oscar Onley's group at the moment. Hidita and Onley clinging onto the rear of that, as Matteo Jorgenson hits the front of the race, heading down the descent. Einer Rubio at the back, taking a gel from his back pocket. Nothing of extreme note has happened so far down this descent. But the gap to Lipowitz is growing. Now 45 seconds separate Lipowitz from the head of the race. And Matteo Jorgenson is trying to get his head down and ensure that Lipowitz is far enough away Jorgenson, though, in the drops. Round the right-hander, and a gap slightly opens between Vingegaard and Pogacar. Pogacar not really willing to risk it all on this descent. But Vingegaard and Jorgenson are opening themselves up a slight gap. Jorgenson getting a nice moto draft off the camera motorbike. And Pogacar will have to pedal across and follow. Vingegaard the more aerodynamic figure. Pogacar the heavier of the two. Primoz Roglic following his Slovenian counterpart for now, who must close the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard. And will Jorgenson start to increase the tempo now that they see a little bit of weakness from Pogacar on the descent? Lipowitz, though, is struggling on the hoods right now in the pedalling section of the descent. Yeah, Lipowitz descending on the hoods. It's not a clinic in descending by any means from Florian Lipowitz, and the gap will continue to go out. 55 seconds now. So Lipowitz might be in a troubling situation here. He's not going to make it across to the lead group. He's probably not going to make it across to Timo Arendsman at this rate either. But I doubt the Dutchman would give Lipowitz any sort of pull anyway. Forward though come Visma Lease-A-Bike. To the front, Felix Gall trying to follow Primoz Roglic at the moment. Not doing too badly for a guy whose descending ability is underrated by many people, but I think that's because he had such a bad descent one time in the headlights that people kind of still think of that. It's the Zakharin theory of like now he's a bad descender, or towards the end of his career he was a very poor descender, but before his massive crash at the Giro d'Italia he wasn't bad at all going downhill. Arensman, though, on his own in the second group. But Vingegaard is making sure that Pogacar has to work down this descent, sticking as close as possible to the wheel of Matteo Jorgenson as he can. And the group of Oscar Onley continues to press down the descent. Higuita on the back, on the wheel of Stora. As a couple of the Visma Lease-A-Bike and UAE riders are getting slightly dropped by the likes of Oscar Onley, who's in this group. Tobias Johannesson is also there as well. So those two locked together as of now. And Johannesson, after his stomach troubles on Mont Ventoux, ended up in hospital. This is a great recovery from him. Jonas Vingegaard, though, clinging onto the rear wheel of Matteo Jorgenson, who drops him slightly, and that gives Tadej Pogacar a chance to close to the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard. But the Dane, putting Pogacar under pressure down the Col de la Madeleine descent. But then you have this large flat section. As long as Pogacar sticks with Vingegaard to the foot of the climb, he can then recover better on the flat section. Jorgenson sat with Jonas Vingegaard on his wheel, getting as close as possible as he dares to the wheel of the American. Meanwhile, Pogacar leaving a slightly longer gap between himself and Jonas Vingegaard right now. But everything remains the same as of now, with Pogacar, Vingegaard and Jorgenson locked together in the leading three. Roglic sat fourth, Gal in fifth, O'Connor and Rubio round off the breakaway. So, just a reminder of who I picked today. Tadej Pogacar is not my pick for stage win. Instead, it's Jonas Vingegaard. I had to pick him at one point. To be honest, my head said Pogacar, my heart says Vingegaard for this stage. Emmanuel Buchmann, get rid of him. No use. Being not in the breakaway and having some mechanical trouble across the stage. That's all he's really offered up on today's route. So my belief in him was slightly wilted. Anyway, here's how the GC was entering today, because I haven't even discussed that yet. Jordan Geigat moves into the top 10 following the abandonment of Carlos Rodriguez of Ineos Grenadiers. So Total Energy with a rider higher in the general classification than the Ineos Grenadiers. Who would have predicted that at the start of this Tour de France? Pogacar leads the way though with 4 minutes and 15 of a gap on Jonas Vingegaard. The Dane hoping to close that, I am sure, on the Col de la Loze. Lipowitz at 9 minutes and 3, the only other rider within 10 minutes of Pogacar, with Oscar Onley in 4th at 11 minutes and 4. Primoz Roglic at the moment is moving into that 4th position and will soon be overtaking Florian Lipowitz because he's at 11 minutes 42 down, entering the day for Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe. Vauquelin looks to be the big loser on GC. Came into the day 6th on 13 minutes 20, but is currently losing plenty of time, 4 minutes to be exact, on the Pogacar group. He's actually limiting his losses to Onley and has dropped Ben Healy, who sits 9th in the general classification, at 17 minutes 52. Felix Gal in the breakaway today is benefiting from Vauquelin's issues at 14 minutes and 50 seconds down, with Tobias Johannesson just over 17 minutes away. Jegat rounds off the top 10 at 23 minutes 10 with Healy at 17:52 in 9th. Totally forgot that we'd done the other classifications, but not the general classification. So now everybody is caught up with that. And so am I, which means I have literally used every single screen now that I possibly could have used. Interestingly enough, did I get to these? I wonder whether I did. This was what Sepkus had to say about the coming stages a couple of days ago. He said, "We have good guys that know how to sniff out the right break and survive a while on a climb that's hard. In a way, it's a nice position to be in. There's already a decent margin, so we have nothing to lose by trying. We can really go down swinging and try at every moment. That makes it a pretty exciting week coming up. Tadej Pogacar knows how to measure himself pretty well. Today was a good sign for the rest of the race. Jonas Vingegaard is okay. It's not ideal, but that's the Tour, I guess. It's an interesting position to be in, though, and Jonas doesn't care if he loses more time or a place in the GC. We don't know where we'll attack, but with this mindset, there is nothing to lose. That makes it motivating for us to give everything and not end the Tour with any regrets. In the end, we just want to have fun racing and go for it. We want to think outside the box when it's possible, and I think the most important thing is that Jonas feels good. With that, we can do a lot of interesting things. And interesting things is exactly what they are doing right now. Our Visma Lease-A-Bike, who are continuing to force the issue with Matteo Jorgenson. Pogacar and Vingegaard being in my fantasy team is nice, as is Florian Lipowitz, but I'm not so sure about the German right now, as we're getting some team radio from UAE Team Emirates. What do the leaders' team have to say? Pogacar says Jorgenson is going a block, downhill, full gas. So if he's got the ability to say that on the radio, then he's got more in the tank, Pogacar, when going downhill. But perhaps is struggling to follow the tempo of Matteo Jorgenson. Hard to tell from that radio message what he was really fancying. Lipowitz, though, 52 seconds down on the breakaway group, but now has Team Arensman in his sights, only 10 seconds up the road. If he's wanting a turn from Team Arensman, though, he will not get one, or you'd think not from the Ineos rider. Lipowitz has held the gap, though, which, if anything, I think is not a positive sign. You'd want to see Lipowitz drop back to Onley, I think, as soon as possible, because by the looks of it, he's got the ability to drop him on the climb. But right now, Lipowitz is just in a chasse patate that's going absolutely nowhere between the Yellow Jersey and his GC rivals. So, not really sure what Lipowitz is planning right now, because the valley section at the foot of the Col de la Madeleine, leading into the foot of the Col de la Loze, is going to be to his detriment. While Onley can sit in the wheels of the UAE Team Emirates Domestiques and other riders, Florian Lipowitz has none of that wind protection, and will have to expend more energy going at the same pace in this valley section. Just under 50 kilometres remaining, though, of the stage, and Florian Lipowitz has caught Tiemann Arensman. So Arensman has been reeled in by Florian Lipowitz, who flies past in the white jersey and comes to the front. But I don't really see the end goal of this Lipowitz continuation of pace. If he doesn't sit up at the bottom of the Madeleine descent, I really don't know what he's doing at this point. Approaching the 3.5 hour mark into the stage though. And Matteo Jorgenson continues to attack this descent. Vingegaard sat second wheel. Pogacar seems more comfortable than he did at the start of the descent in third. And the fact that Rubio is still holding, despite being his size and weight, I think shows that Jorgenson cannot drop Pogacar on the descent. He can try, and he will continue to try, I'm sure, as the descent gets steeper and more technical. That might be where he can force the issue, but certainly on the pedalling sections, it's not so nice to be at the front. Pogacar sat third wheel then. Roglic fourth. Felix Gall on the wheel of Primoz Roglic still. So Gall having a good descent. O'Connor the same. And these guys in the breakaway have not had to do the accelerations and decelerations that Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar, and more importantly Florian Lipowitz, have had to do. So Jorgenson, you'd think, would do the whole valley and then just release Jonas Vingegaard and Col de la Loze to do his own tempo and throw everything he's possibly got at Tadej Pogacar on a climb that Pogacar has such an affinity with, but not in a positive context. The I'm gone, I'm dead moment that may haunt him at points. In this case, he is looking to turn that around and nail down the victory of this Tour de France from his great rival Jonas Vingegaard, who is looking to take the jersey off his shoulders. Of course, he was in yellow when the I'm gone, I'm dead moment occurred. Now the Dane is looking to take yellow from Pogacar. .5 kilometers remain. And you've got a dry descent. I'm checking the weather forecast on Col de la Loze right now. And it still remains relatively sunny. Slight cloud in the air on Col de la Loze. And 11 degrees at the summit. So the rain, it looks like, will not fall. Jorgenson and Vingegaard are piling the pressure on Pogacar though. They've not got much of this descent left to do that. But 40 seconds now between Lipowitz and the lead. I'm sure he'll be trying to negotiate as best as he possibly can with Team Emirates for him to offer up a couple of turns, because what does Arensman have left to chase apart from the King of the Mountains jersey? So Arensman, right now, does have something to ride for, but might just utilise Florian Lipowitz's GC position to his own advantage. The yellow jersey continues to monitor the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard though, with Primoz Roglic as his rear gunner, albeit not on the same team obviously. From the same nation however, Slovenia. Because the descent is so long though, and Pogacar has been put under pressure so much, you might start to be looking at the issue of fueling, and riders who have been concentrating so hard on the descent and not actually getting their gels or nutrition in. So we're entering a serious unknown period, I think, which is going to make the racing even more entertaining. And we've seen Sepp Kuss, Jonas Vingegaard, etc. talk up the racing. We'll see whether that can live up to the expectations. As the Yellow Jersey group approach Briançon, they've got 43 kilometres left of the stage. But Vingegaard getting as close to Matteo Jorgenson as possible, trying to stay as far out of the wind as possible. It will save him a few pedal strokes if that. But a few pedal strokes on the Col de la Loze is going to be massive in terms of time gain. And it could be the difference between winning the stage and not winning the stage. We'll see if Pogacar still has it in the tank. He's been pretty much infallible this whole tour. But Matteo Jorgenson's job now is to pace the valley. Pogacar has not been distanced on the Madeleine descent, so we'll be able to sit in the wheels. So what do Visma do? They're going to have to let Jorgenson base the descent. But how will UAE respond? Well, it's certainly Giannetti, Mauro Giannetti, the UAE Team Emirates owner, is up for it. Of course, he said yesterday the pressure from Visma Lease-A-Bike was expected. They advised everybody in the press conference that they were going to attack, so we expected it, and they did very well. Jonas Vingegaard is a real fighter, and we know his quality. Today was an incredible stage with 3 or 4 strong attacks on the Ventoux. Tadej Pogacar was good though, he could follow all the attacks. Will he be able to follow these? Meanwhile, Ralph Denk has one rider up the road, the Bora-Hansgrohe man, in Primoz Roglic, and he's got one rider behind in Florian Lipowitz as Ben O'Connor goes away. Rubio tries to react as of now, but once again the attacks are forming, and I don't really know why. What is going on in the valley section? Either way, we've gone for a break on mine. But Denk has got Roglic in the break and Lipowitz in a sort of chasse patat. Denk, at the end of the Ventoux stage, said, "Florian Lipowitz is making me proud and we can look forward to the Alps. I am really happy that we gained time on Mont Ventoux and the white jersey is very important for us. The climbs in the Alps are really hard and everything can happen there. You never know. We have respect for the Alps." But Roglic has not followed the accelerations from Ben O'Connor, Einer Rubio and Matteo Jorgenson, who now have a gap on the rest of the peloton. And Jonas Vingegaard, what does he do from here? I've got no idea what Jonas Vingegaard is attempting right now with Jorgenson up the road. I am incredibly confused. incredible that ITV have gone for an ad break on probably what they thought was going to be the least action, the part of the stage with the least action, and the moment they go for a break, Jorgenson, O'Connor and Rubio attack. Jonas Vingegaard is doing some crazy thing on the front of the Yellow Jersey group. I am a little bit lost for words about what is happening to Jonas Vingegaard right now. Yeah, not really sure what Visma are cooking right now. Either way, all of this has brought Florian Lipowitz back. So what a result for the white jersey. And he's got Primoz Roglic with him now. Team Emirates is also up there. But yeah, lots of confusing strategies going on right now. I've got the feedback. Felix Gall being followed by Florian Lipowitz, and Pogacar is closing the white jersey. And there's 47 seconds separating Jorgenson, O'Connor and Rubio from the Yellow Jersey group. Lipowitz closed Gall. And now there's a replay. Jorgenson having a conversation with Felix Gall, looking for him to go to the front. In the end, Ben O'Connor went on the attack. Einer Rubio followed, and Jorgenson said, I fancy a piece of that. And off he goes. Pogacar wants some assistance from the team car. Gall wanted a bottle, and as soon as he stuck his arm up, Ben O'Connor went off the front. Rubio and Jorgenson have gone with him, and now you've got a three-man breakaway group. So all sorts is going on. And the general classification riders are going to have to look at this and try and control. But for the moment, it's Felix Gall doing the work. I am baffled by cycling strategy on a very consistent level. Red Bull Bora not using Primoz Roglic to pace Florian Lipowitz. Admittedly, the Oscar Onley group has gone. I'm trying to process this. Off goes Thibaut Arensman while Pogacar takes a feed. Lipowitz closes, Vingegaard closes in the wheel, and that's a little bit cheeky from Jonas Vingegaard. And Pogacar is going to have a word, I'm sure, while he was taking a feed. Into Courchevel though, which is midway up the Col de la Loze, even though it is called Courchevel Col de la Loze, the finish line. The finish line is at the top of the Col de la Loze, which is given Souvenir Henri de Grange label. So 40 points to be handed out to the first rider over the top of the climb and the stage winner on the day. I think they'll care a lot more though about winning the stage than winning an extra 20 points for the King of the Mountains classification. But it just puts it in the hands of Tadej Pogacar more for the polka dot jersey. Jorgenson, O'Connor and Rubio have themselves a minute now on the Yellow Jersey group, and I am not sure what is going on. Now that Jorgenson is ahead, this is super interesting now to see who pulls. And the gap is growing between Jorgenson, O'Connor and Rubio and the Yellow Jersey group, which is now being led by Primoz Roglic. Lipowitz towards the back. But no, I'm a bit baffled by the Jorgenson move, but this has certainly made Group 2 certainly a lot more interesting to watch, because I thought it was just going to be Jorgenson to soft pace it into the Col de la Loze and then Vingegaard be released at the foot. Now, Jonas Vingegaard has a satellite again. Team Emirates takes a bottle and refuses a feed from the Ineos Grenadiers team car as Felix Gall presses on in the Yellow Jersey group. But the intention comes from Ben O'Connor and Einer Rubio, as well as Matteo Jorgenson, who are up the road. But O'Connor and Jorgenson, that group, look a lot more interested in the way they are riding than the Felix Gall group, and it's been proven by the time gap, which is ever increasing. Heads to a minute 20 now, and suddenly the Oscar Onley group might start getting some hope. As a reminder, that group is Onley, Johannesson, Koos Narvaez, Higuita, both of the Yates brothers, Soler and Storer. So 3 UAE Team Emirates riders and 2 more Visma Lease-A-Bike guys. And that actually might be advantageous to UAE Team Emirates right now. But so much talk is made of the Visma Lease-A-Bike control room. Is this a control room decision to send Matteo Jorgenson up the road? Who knows? But it has certainly made the race far more interesting, with the prospect of a Visma Lease-A-Bike satellite rider there, and Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe not electing to pace in Group 2. At least incredibly hard with one of Roglic or Lipowitz. Now that they're juggling both for a podium, they've got to commit, I think, to either Lipowitz or Roglic. And with the way Ralph Denk talks, he wants the white jersey with Lipowitz, so they're going to have to use Roglic. But right now, Roglic is not interested. So, what happens from this point? Kevin Vauquelin, of course, will be interested, at least. He's with Jegat, Barguil and Vandenbroek, so he has dropped to Ewan Costu now in Group 4 on the road. Ben Healy is in Group 5 with Harry Sweeney, Victor Campenaerts, among others. He is absolutely not going to make it back. 6 minutes behind the leaders as things stand, who have now got a 90-second advantage on the Yellow Jersey group. And that is how things look entering the final couple of kilometres before Col de la Loze begins. 26.5 kilometres, 6.4% on average. As Lipowitz goes before the climb begins. 26.5 kilometres, 6.4% average. But the gradient varies constantly, and Florian Lipowitz has had enough of this and attacks. So Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe are forcing the issue. And who will follow this? I'd say that's a good move from Lipowitz. Heading into the climb with a brief advantage. And if nobody closes this, then Primoz Roglic has the advantage of sitting in the wheels. Bull Bora-Hansgrohe are actually playing this quite well, in fairness. But the Oscar Onley group is not gaining any time whatsoever. I feel like this is just on another level of cycling that my brain can handle, but I am very much enjoying it. Anyway, Lipowitz is away and has 1 minute and 22 seconds to close on the breakaway group, but I don't think he'll be concerned about those three. None of them threaten his GC. It's more about the riders behind and gaining time on those. He's already got 20 seconds. So it actually looks like a good move from Lipowitz, who now has just over 5 kilometers until he gets to the foot of the Col de la Loze. Lipowitz, though, with the elbows out riding style similar to Steven Kruijswijk. Not the most aerodynamic, but seemingly something that he's rolling with. It's not absurdly Kruijswijk, but it is like a slighter version. This is the Vauquelin group, with Frank van den Broek and Warren Barguil in there. Jordan Vingegaard there, as well as, I think that's Gregor Mühlberger. And the Yellow Jersey group approaching 2 minutes now away from Jorgenson, O'Connor and Rubio. Roglic wants some assistance from the Bull Bora-Hansgrohe team car as they head through Moutier, one of the villages at the foot of this great climb. Felix Gall takes some assistance from the Decathlon Desert car, and everybody in this group is looking at each other. Jonas Vingegaard leads the way, keeps looking over his shoulder at Tadej Pogacar, who is not taking a turn because Vingegaard is the nearest challenger to Florian Lipowitz in the general classification. As Pogacar and Roglic have a brief conversation, probably wondering what is going on in this race so far. Oh, Race Radio thought Felix Gall was going for a move. He wasn't, however. So, I've got no idea what is going through Jonas's head right now. That was the Gall move. And then the moment Jonas Vingegaard followed it, he said, maybe not, and then went again. But Vingegaard following Felix, why is he surging to follow Felix Gall? It's not his problem. So Gall on the offensive, Vingegaard in the wheel, then Tadej Pogacar. Primoz Roglic has been dropped by this acceleration, but will gradually make his way back. Then it's team announcement. And Jonas Vingegaard is not playing this very well. Jonas closing Gal is baffling. Utterly baffling. Maybe this Jorgenson move, I was thinking initially that it was going to be a net negative for Jonas Vingegaard. I still think it's a net negative for Jonas Vingegaard. Somehow the Oscar Onley group is not taking advantage of this. But Kevin Voutala has made it back to that particular group. I feel like this is, just another level of bike racing tactics that is either so stupid that that I am getting it more than I have more cycling understanding than the director sportifs, or this is just like another level that I am not currently at in terms of cycling tactics. But I think this is a bit of a stupid move now from Visma. Good move from Lipowitz, who now has 1 minute and 12 seconds and rising on the Yellow Jersey group. But Jorgenson continues to push on. And I am not sure at all what Jonas Vingegaard is thinking of this. And for that matter, what Tadej Pogacar is thinking of Jonas Vingegaard closing down that Felix Gal attack. But everybody looking at each other in the Yellow Jersey group, Gal goes again. This time Jonas Vingegaard doesn't follow, so it's not an anti-Gal issue. Primoz Roglic does follow, however. And that was what Jonas Vingegaard should have done. Because Roglic is pacing for his own GC, and Felix Gal is being followed by Primoz Roglic. So that was what Jonas Vingegaard should have done on the first acceleration. As Matteo Jorgenson and his set of riders get to the foot of Col de la Loze. 26.4 kilometres, 6.5% average. But the flat sections on the climb mean that it does get devilishly steep on occasion. And most of the time, those flat sections and steep sections come towards the end. 26.2 kilometres remain in the stage. Florian Lipowitz sat 4th on the road and in the second group, 1 minute down. And the Yellow Jersey group is just over a minute ahead of the group of Oscar Onley. And Onley's got a couple of teammates now that Kevin Voutala has brought Warren Barguil and Frank van den Broek back. But Lipowitz now enters the foot of the Col de la Loze. Past the Latvian fans, who will no doubt cheer for Chris Nylands and Tom Stroins in the gruppetto at the moment. Who will be thankful now that the Yellow Jersey group have totally put the brakes on. They're 25 minutes down on the breakaway, so should be fine. They are entering the Col de la Loze though, and they will lose time hand over fist there. But Lipowitz continues to push on. 1 minute down, Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe team radio says, "Ale Lupo, you are now in a time trial. Do not look back now. Focus on your watts and focus on yourself. Do not look back." So Matteo Jorgenson is entering the Col de la Loze with 3.5 minutes of an advantage on his own teammate Jonas Vingegaard. And the Onley group will just bring back more UAE Team Emirates domestiques on the Col de la Loze. After being completely out of things, they're going to make it back. But right now, my confusion is sort of turning from like happy confusion of what is going on to like frustration confusion. And the Onley group are going to make it back. Picnic PostNL save the day for Oscar Onley. Vandenbroek and Bardi getting back just at the right time for Oscar Onley. Just before the foot of the Col de la Loze. They are on it now, are the Yellow Jersey group. But flying past goes Picnic PostNL, and Jonas Vingegaard looks across and instantly reacts. He's now got some new teammates, Pogacar's got some new teammates, and suddenly everything goes back to normal. Picnic PostNL are ripping the foot of this climb though, with Frank Vandenbroek, who hands over to Warren Barguil. It's just them two with Oscar Onley at the moment. But right now, Picnic PostNL are forcing the pace. Into the foot they go. Mühlberger has been distanced from this group right now. And once again, you will have individual riders dropping off little by little from this Yellow Jersey group. O'Connor, Jorgenson and Rubio, though, are doing their own tempo and are making sure that they're not accelerating and decelerating in the same way that Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar are. So right now, those three riders have got 51 seconds on Florian Lipowitz and 3 minutes and 40 on a peloton led by Picnic PostNL, who I think will soon hand over pacing duties to UAE Team Emirates and Visma Lease-A-Bike, who now have multiple teammates with their team leaders. Visma Lease-A-Bike have Koos and Simon Yates with them, with Jonas Vingegaard, should I say, and Matteo Jorgenson up the road. Soler, Yates and Narvaez are all with Tadej Pogacar right now. So once again, it's level between the domestiques. Pogacar, Narvaez, Storer and Yates for UAE, Vingegaard, Koos and Yates for Visma Lease-A-Bike. But they still have that card of Jorgenson up the road. Not really sure what was going on in the valley, but thankfully it's over. And now the legs will do the talking, should I say, on Col de la Loze. But yeah, very confusing segment over. Now it should be a lot more simple. Whoever can put down the best watts per kilo on Col de la Loze should win. And that is the way it goes. Entering the climb though, Jorgenson, O'Connor and Rubio have an advantage over Lipowitz, who has a much larger advantage over everybody else, but is away on his own. That might mean, though, that he paces his effort better as a result and doesn't have to go with the offensive. But how gassed is he? How in trouble is Florian Lipowitz? Jorgenson pulls the pin. His day in the breakaway is done. And Lipowitz looks equally in trouble, to be honest with you. So O'Connor and Rubio go away at the front of Col de la Loze. Incredible how every time there has been something of note happening, ITV have been on a break, so I've not been able to actually see it live. But the likes of Kevin Vauquelin have got back, Jordan Vingegaard as well, who will be thrilled with the fact that he is back with Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard at the foot of the Souvenir Emery de Grange climb for Total Energy. What a ride and what a rider. Honestly, growing in my estimation now that he's in the top 10. Jorgenson, though, seemingly being called back by Visma Lease-A-Bike. Perhaps worried that they are outnumbered now in the Yellow Jersey group, with Narvaez, Soler and Adam Yates alongside Pogacar, and just Kuss and Simon Yates with Jonas Vingegaard. But UAE have come to the front and are using up their domestiques early on this climb. Marc Soler will soon pull off. After doing his turn on the front, you'd think he'd hand over to Narvaez and then Adam Yates to launch Pogacar up Col de la Loze, as Jorgenson did get on the radio before being dropped, so has been called back. But right now, Soler leads the way, followed by Simon Yates. Then comes, I think that's Michael Storer, with Sepp Kuss, Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar, the next riders in line. Soler out the saddle, looks across at Simon Yates, who seems like he's riding within himself right now, the Giro d'Italia winner. Soler does indeed pull over, hands over to Simon Yates, and Jorgenson just holding himself in between Lipowitz and the lead, ready for Vingegaard to attack across once again. And off goes Soler. Team announcement, slightly losing the wheel of Sergio Agita in the Yellow Jersey group, but Soler is done for the day. And Simon Yates will press on for Visma Lease-A-Bike. Michael Storer of Tudor Pro Cycling sat second for some reason. You'd expect him to pull out the pace line, and indeed he does eventually. Looking over his shoulder, which means Kuss now moves into second in the peloton. Vingegaard now third in the peloton with the yellow jersey on Jonas's wheel. And we're back to 3-on-3. Kevin Vauquelin following the wheel of fellow French GC top 10 rider Jordan Vingegaard of Total Energy. And Michael Storer is going to look to slot himself just ahead of Vingegaard on the road, who is having the Tour de France of his life, Jordan Vingegaard. Admittedly, he's not had many. I don't think he's had any at all, has the 26-year-old. This is indeed his second appearance. Was 28th overall at last year's Tour, but this is a different level. In last year's Tour, he finished behind the likes of Javier Robo, Julien Bernard, etc., Louis Meintjes as well. This year, he's finishing ahead of multiple decent climbers currently ahead of Ben O'Connor, although how long that will last, I am not sure. But Pogacar looks within himself right now. Sat on the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard, who has thrown multiple jabs at Tadej Pogacar so far today. Pogacar's responded to them. But it does feel like Vingegaard's got another couple of hits in the tank. Round the right-hand turn go the Yellow Jersey group. And onto the serious slopes of Col de la Loze now. And it's Visma Lease-A-Bike that lead into the switchbacks. 21.2 kilometres to go. Simon Yates forcing the tempo for Visma Lease-A-Bike. Sepku's second wheel. Tadej Pogacar fourth wheel, shall I say, behind Jonas Vingegaard. And the early percentages are nothing to write home about. It is the second half of the climb, which is more difficult than the first, but only slightly. Lipowitz is going to see Jorgenson up ahead, and it's going to start believing, I think, but someone needs to tell him that Matteo Jorgenson has willingly dropped out, but Lipowitz looks utterly fried right now. The gap is opening to O'Connor and Rubio, and Lipowitz can't really do anything to close it right now. The white jersey has Jorgenson next up, who is setting his own pace to make sure that he is of use to Jonas Vingegaard. In a similar way to Victor Kampenaerts and Teish Benoot on Mont Ventoux, riding within themselves to make sure that they could pull a turn for Jonas Vingegaard. And I feel like we're going to see a similar scenario with Jonas Vingegaard attacking up to his American counterpart on Visma Lease-A-Bike. But what an interesting situation for Jorgenson to be in. How do you mentally prepare yourself for what is going to happen on your rear wheel fairly shortly? How do you psych yourself up to do yet another turn for Jonas Vingegaard? But team announcement has been dropped for good now, and Florian Lipowitz is struggling. The gap goes out now beyond a minute 10. He's still got well over 20 kilometres to ride, Florian Lipowitz. O'Connor and Rubio, though, at the moment are contesting stage honours, but you'd think Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard can pull that 3 minutes back with a click of their fingers. Certainly at this stage in the climb. Jorgenson slots onto the wheel of Florian Lipowitz, and now he has somebody to follow at the very least. In this case, it's the white jersey. Meanwhile, the white jersey of Einer Rubio is on the wheel of the purple of Ben O'Connor, who might have a little more purpose to be riding on the front because he does sit 12th in the general classification entering today. Moved up, of course, to 11th at the start of today's stage, should I say, because Carlos Rodriguez is now out of the GC picture. So O'Connor moves himself up to 11th, 31 minutes down on Tadej Pogacar, and 8 minutes, should I say, down on Jayco, who occupies the final place in the top 10. But right now, O'Connor is riding for victory. And maybe Rubio could use his GC position, O'Connor's GC position, should I say, to his own benefit. But I've gone for a commercial break on ITV, which means that something is bound to happen. This is going to be the time where, UAE Team Emirates launch it for Pogacar or something. I don't see Vingegaard launching it this early. But we've seen on Autocam, Jonathan Narvaez set up Tadej Pogacar for a otherworldly manoeuvre. Either way, I'm just going to go on mute for a second, get some scran down me, and then they've promised no more breaks after this one. So, yeah, I'm just going to prep myself mentally, physically, for these final 20 kilometers. Right, I am suitably nourished, I have taken my feeds, and I am ready to attack this climb. It's probably not what Florian Lipowitz is going to say on the team radio, because he looks like he is quite comfortably on the struggle bus right now. At the foot of Col de la Loze, it's not looking good for him. Might have spent his bickies a little too early, trying to follow the early attacks of the GC favourites. But Milan, right now, is going to be fighting a battle of his own. Right now, he is at 26.5 minutes down, and yet to begin the climb to Col de la Loze. So that is where we sit on Milan OTL watch. But right now, it is still Simon Yates on the front of the peloton. Entering Col de la Loze. Pogacar leads the general classification, of course. Still, and is in virtual yellow. But Jordan Vingegaard has been dropped from the Yellow Jersey group, which is not a good sign for him. Because Kevin Voeckler is still in that group. Lipowitz still pacing in Group 2. Jorgensen stuck to the rear wheel of the white jersey wearer. And solely focusing right now on the Red Bull helmet of Florian Lipowitz ahead of him. He knows he's got a big job to do on Col de la Loze. "18 kilometers left of the stage for O'Connor and Rubio, who I have not seen for a long time, so I don't know how they're looking. What they will be doing, though, is looking back to see down the mountain where Pogacar and Vingegaard are placed. At the moment, it is over 3 minutes down. But again, one move, and that can get cut by a third, by a half, who knows? Past the Kamel Gradek fan club. Nice to see some more niche riders getting a run out at the foot of the Col de la Loze. But Jorgenson has been distanced by Lipowitz. Simon Yates with the jersey open. Pressing on. Sepp Kuss sat second wheel. Jonas Vingegaard sat third wheel. Adam Yates still in the group. Jonathan Narvaez looking okay, but does require some assistance seemingly from the team car, so might be on his last legs. If Yates can drop Narvaez, Simon Yates of course, then that puts him in a good position. But Matteo Jorgenson is dropping from the wheel of Florian Lipowitz right now. Jorgenson lets the wheel go. And now, where do you go if you're the American? Once again, you're back on your own. You've not got a wheel to sit on. You've not got a rider to look at. You've just got to be in your own mental capacity. There's Narvaez at the back of the yellow jersey group, looking for assistance from the UAE Team Emirates team car. Let's have a look at how sticky this bottle is. Narvaez takes a new bottle and moves on with his day. But Lipowitz has put serious time into Matteo Jorgenson. Is Jorgenson blowing, or is he just monitoring this gap between himself and the yellow jersey? But Lipowitz now is striking out at glory. That is a crazy place to have a football pitch, by the way. Top of a mountain on Courchevel, as they show the ski slope that's situated there. So perhaps Primoz Roglic might be looking to jump a few places in the general classification, am I right? Am I right? But of course, the Olympics being hosted in this area of the world in 2030. The Winter Olympics, should I say. But Simon Yates out of the saddle, and Sepp Kuss once again reverts to Jonas Vingegaard's Premier Domestique. I thought it would be Simon Yates, but Yates and Kuss have switched roles, with Matteo Jorgenson doing his own thing up the road as it stands, but losing time consistently now to Lipowitz and to the yellow jersey group. So how much does Jorgenson have left? As we see O'Connor and Rubio, who are doing their own pace up this climb and holding the yellow jersey group off. They've got to keep this up for 16.7 kilometers of the day, so it looks like they're not going to be able to do it if Pogacar and Vingegaard attack each other. But they've just got to believe, O'Connor and Rubio, that they can get the win. Rubio is about to pull through for Ben O'Connor. So they are sharing turns, and they don't look like they're getting too pressed at each other for now. Pogacar looks over his right shoulder, hands over a bottle, or takes a gel. Adam Yates trying to help him out. And Jonathan Narvaez is suffering in the wheel of Adam Yates right now. So he might go pop very shortly. But currently, it's Simon Yates that is forcing the tempo in the peloton. Bouncing on the pedals. and he will see Matteo Jorgenson up the road soon. And so will Tadej Pogacar. Perhaps Pogacar sees this as an opportunity rather than a crisis. Because Jorgenson looks to just not have it at the moment. Having been so important for Jonas Vingegaard down the descent of the Madeleine and over the top of the penultimate climb. But Florian Lipowitz just has to focus on himself. Like the team said to him on the radio, it's an individual time trial now for Florian Lipowitz. Only against, a 20-man peloton. 15 to 20-man Yellow Jersey group that he's got to hold off. Just the usual for Florian Lipowitz. For an individual effort. But right now, he is not being able to keep up with Ben O'Connor and Einer Rubio. Perhaps he's pacing his effort better than the duo up front, or perhaps he doesn't have the legs of O'Connor and Rubio, who've been up front for most of the day, but more importantly have not had to be in a solo chase that Florian Lipowitz has had to be in. But O'Connor dropping Rubio now and striking out for the stage win. Rubio clearly doesn't have it to follow Ben O'Connor, and we've seen Ben O'Connor do this before on Tignes. It was a long climb that he won on that day in poor conditions, and as of now, Col de la Loze has not brilliant conditions, obviously not Tignes level, but O'Connor hit the accelerator, attacked away from Einer Rubio, and goes for it alone. So now you have 4 even individuals ahead of the Yellow Jersey group. O'Connor, 10 seconds on Rubio, who is 1 minute and 45 seconds ahead of Florian Lipowitz. Matteo Jorgenson is sat somewhere between Lipowitz and the Yellow Jersey group that's on 3 minutes behind Ben O'Connor. But Rubio elects not to follow the move of Ben O'Connor. And in the end, both of these guys need to pace their effort if they want to win the stage, because they've got well over 15 kilometres remaining until the summit of Col de la Loze. I'm sure they call Ben O'Connor the Australian Bushman, right? Purely for the sake of my pick. Being Emmanuel Buchmann from the breakaway, but he never actually ended up making it into the breakaway. Lipowitz, though, suffering on his own, whereas Vingegaard and Pogacar have teammates around them. Primoz Roglic still in the Yellow Jersey group for Bull Bora-Hansgrohe, so they do have multiple options that they are playing. Simon Yates, though, continuing, and Matteo Jorgenson is within shot of Simon Yates. So does Jorgenson have anything left to spend for Jonas Vingegaard, or is that all he can offer? Jorgenson reeled in. Has to let Jonas Vingegaard know how he is very quickly, and that question is being asked by Simon Yates. Yates discussing with Jorgenson. Then Jorgenson has a chat with Jonas Vingegaard. And I don't think Jorgenson has it, because he is on the left-hand side of the road, yet to form himself into this train, and is dropping and sinking through the Yellow Jersey group. So Jorgenson has nothing more to offer, and Visma Lease-A-Bike have been pacing at the front of this group anyway. So the satellite rider from Jorgenson seemingly has not worked unless he can do a Wout van Aert and come back from nowhere. the salt is forming on his jersey. And this is it for Matteo Jorgenson. Yates continues on the front then. He is in the role of super domestique now for Jonas Vingegaard and Sepp Kuss. Kuss will take the role of lead-out man in this case on the climb to prep the Jonas Vingegaard attack, because that's the only way he's going to win, I think, is to get a gap on Pogacar early. He does not want to take it to a sprint with Tadej Pogacar, because we've seen how that's gone earlier in this tour. The likes of Stage 2, where Van der Poel won, but Pogacar comfortably dusted Jonas Vingegaard in the sprint. Either way, Ben O'Connor is on his own mission right now to go for the stage win and to gain as much time in GC as he possibly can. His target is Jordan Gilliatt, who has been dropped from the Yellow Jersey group and currently sits 4 minutes and 58 seconds behind O'Connor. But right now, Florian Lipowitz is tying up. He's being brought back by the Yellow Jersey group, as is Matteo Jorgenson. Jorgenson, on the back of the Yellow Jersey group, is struggling. But right now, it is back then to being 3-on-3. Kuss, Simon Yates, Vingegaard against Pogacar, Narvaez, Adam Yates. Vauquelin continuing at this tempo shows you that the pace isn't incredibly high. But right now, Pogacar sitting deeper in the wheels is probably playing into his hands for now. Sergio Adita, sorry. Got my Astana Colombians confused there. Sergio Adita continuing to stick with the wheels. But away goes Ben O'Connor, who is holding and increasing this gap all of the time, which again shows you the lack of pace in the peloton. And O'Connor, who hasn't really shown what he's been fully capable of throughout this Tour de France, is at the front on his own on the Queen stage up to Col de la Loze. Vauquelin taking some gels and some bottles from the Arkea B&B Hotel's car. Usually, if you take bottles from the car, it means you're sinking through the group and just need an excuse to stay on. As Sergio Adita is being distanced slowly off of the pace of Simon Yates. Adita's starting to jelly pedal in the Yellow Jersey group. Meanwhile, Gilliatt is in a group behind with Matteo Jorgenson, looking to pace his own efforts wisely. Is that Steve Cummings in the Jayco AlUla car? That isn't right. If Steve Cummings is masterminding this victory, then it's going to be another big day at the Tour de France for him. It is Steve Cummings. I thought it was. Adam Yates, though, trying to keep up with the yellow jersey of Tadej Pogacar and with the pace of Simon Yates, his brother. But Lipowitz must be concerned now that the group is only a minute behind him. After all of the effort that he put in, the yellow jersey group is now within a minute of the German. Simon Yates, though, continues at the front of the Yellow Jersey group. Onto one of the flat sections on this Col de la Loze climb. And an area where the gradient will slacken off, which means that 6.4% is a little bit of a lie. It'll be closer to sort of 7 average if you take out the flat sections. But Yates now onto a new section of steep road. Settles back down in the saddle, but kicks out of the saddle once more. But yet again, Kevin Vauquelin remains in this group. The real test to see whether the pace goes up will be the likes of Jonathan Narvaez, Kevin Vauquelin, Michael Storer not being able to hold the wheel. And at the moment, they look pretty comfortable at this pace. So Vingegaard leaving it to later in the climb after going early on the Col de la Madeleine. And O'Connor has 11.5 kilometres to hold this 3 minute 25 gap to the peloton. The longer this goes on, the more likely it looks for Ben O'Connor to take a historic stage win at the Tour de France. Lipowitz, though, in the white jersey, with the Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe car on his wheel, delivering the information that he needs, but the information won't be favourable for Florian Lipowitz right now. As more and more riders are headed into difficulty and Simon Yates has done his job. So Visma Lease-A-Bike down to just Kuss and Vingegaard now. Michael Storer has been dropped and Jonathan Narvaez comes to the front. UAE Team Emirates looking to take control of this stage. Narvaez, Adam Yates in his wheel, Pogacar up to third wheel now, with Vingegaard and Sepp Kuss dropping back. Not being dropped, but Michael Storer is gone. Tobias Harlan Johannesson is still there. Oscar Onley is still there too, as is Felix Gall. But Primoz Roglic is struggling to hang on, as is Kevin Vauquelin. Roglic on the wheel of the Frenchman now. And after his escapade into the breakaway, he's going to be beaten by O'Connor and Rubio, who are striking out at stage honours. O'Connor has that advantage at the moment by a minute. And he's got 11 kilometres to hold off the Yellow Jersey group. And now the tempo is upping. Storer gone, Vauquelin gone, Roglic gone. And you are just down now to the GC riders and their domestiques. Jonathan Narvaez continuing on the slopes of the Col de la Loze. Gets a brief bit of respite at 3%, but the road will slope upwards once again. Narvaez with Yates on the wheel and then Pogacar sat third. It's going to get darker and darker towards the top. It's going to get nastier and nastier in terms of weather, and it's going to get colder. But Lipowitz is suffering. 2 minutes and 50 seconds now behind Ben O'Connor and being reeled in by the pace of Jonathan Narvaez. The Ecuadorian national champion, although you wouldn't be able to tell that by the lack of Ecuadorian flag on his jersey. Very small, like they do a lot of the time with the UAE Team Emirates jerseys. But right now, Steve Cummings offering out information to Ben O'Connor, giving him the support from the car he needs. And in this case, that support comes in the form of gels. But the tables have turned, and they've turned in the advantage of UAE Team Emirates, who now have one more domestique that they can use than Visma Lease-A-Bike. But Vauquelin, the lights are starting to go out for him, and the light is starting to fade for Florian Lipowitz. And suddenly now, Oscar Onley, after being floundering behind the Yellow Jersey group, so far behind, minutes behind the Yellow Jersey group, gets brought back by Vandenbroek and Bargy, and suddenly looks like he's in pole position for a podium. O'Connor now into the final 10 kilometres of the stage though, grits his teeth and continues to ride. Almost 3 minutes to Florian Lipowitz, who now has less than 30 seconds, 25 seconds now on the peloton. And Lipowitz now looking over his right shoulder. He can see what is heading towards him, and it's being headed by Jonathan Narvaez of UAE Team Emirates. Lipowitz on the hoods knows that they are following in behind. O'Connor preferring to go out of the saddle and dig in some more. And I'm sure that the team car will be feeding him constant information about the time gap. This could be a massive win for Ben O'Connor in the mountains if he can take it. But Jonathan Narvaez will be doing his best to make sure that that doesn't happen, and that the yellow jersey Tadej Pogacar wins the stage. Jonas Vingegaard, intriguingly enough, now sat in front of Sepp Kuss on the wheel of Tadej Pogacar. Whether he's expecting an attack or whether Kuss is starting to struggle, you can make that decision. But Narvaez and Yates have stuck with the Oscar Onley group all day with the likes of Marc Soler, and it seems to have paid off for them for now, not accelerating to follow their team leader in Jonas Vingegaard. But it looks like a victory for pacing your effort well and gambling to follow some of the lower order GC riders. Vauquelin sat 22 seconds behind the peloton though, monitoring his effort. The leading Frenchman in this Tour de France is the leading Frenchman on the road. Jordan Gilliard has been dropped, but Florian Lipowitz is about to be reeled in by the Pogacar peloton. Oscar Onley goes and takes a bottle from a team member on the side of the road, a Soigneur. And Jonathan Narvaez continues to head up this climb. Lipowitz, though, only 10 seconds ahead of the yellow jersey group. And he will have to dig into some serious reserves if he wants to stay with the yellow jersey, and more importantly for him, with Oscar Onley. Felix Gall doing alright, as is Primoz Roglic, who's made his way back into the group, and now is sat on the wheel of Sepp Kuss. Onley on the wheel of Roglic, with Gall sitting on the Brit. Tobias Johannesson at the rear of the yellow jersey group, with Jonathan Narvaez at the front. Heading through Danish, whether it's kilometre or corner, I don't know. They've had a song go viral recently about how Pogacar is going to go cold on Col de la Loze. Will that be the case? It's certainly going to be cold at the summit of Col de la Loze, about 10 degrees. But now Kevin Vauquelin makes his way through the Danish crowds. Ben O'Connor has already dispatched of the Danes and is hoping that Jonas Vingegaard does not catch him in the Danish helmet, or Tadej Pogacar for that matter. O'Connor deservedly gets the combativity award for the day, and that is one that they can hand out before the stage is done. Jonas Abrahamsen robbed yesterday of the combativity award, instead being given to Quentin Paché. But Lipowitz has been reeled in by Jonathan Narvaez, who now has to go again to make sure that he can stay in the yellow jersey group. Primoz Roglic will be there to offer some assistance, you'd think. Whether that just be advice or whether that be talking with the legs as well. Who knows? 7.5 kilometres though for Ben O'Connor. 3 minutes 20 still on the yellow jersey group. And this looks ever more likely that Ben O'Connor is heading towards another stage win. Rubio, currently 1 minute 30 behind, is probably not in Ben O'Connor's thoughts anymore. I reckon he'll solely be thinking about the yellow jersey group. But Rubio, not a bad rider in his own right, had most of his best results at the Giro d'Italia, finishing 7th in 2024 and 8th this year, and took a stage in the 2023 Giro, as well as the Jebel Jais climb at the UAE Tour in 2023. But that win on the 13th stage to Crans-Montana at the Giro is his last victory, and he will still be waiting for another one. 1 minute and 33 seconds behind Ben O'Connor, who keeps taking time. O'Connor, best result of second at the Vuelta in 2024, and his best result at the Tour in the overall classification came in 2021, finishing 4th in the general classification there. Of course, a stage winner once as well at the Tour de France, looking to double up. It was his first season with AG Desert Citroën, or as they were then, AG Desert La Mondiale, when he took the win to Tignes. And he took that by 5 minutes to Mattia Cataneo. A much more difficult set of breakaway riders to beat today. Roglic, Felix Gall, Einer Rubio, rather than Cataneo and Sonny Colbrelli. But you've got to beat what's in front of you, and O'Connor has done that twice. But now can he hold on and beat what's behind him in the form of Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard? Ben O'Connor, though, ticking every little 100 metres off. If he's doing it by 100 metre increments, he's got 61 of them remaining before he can potentially raise his arms. Vauquelin, though, really struggling. Will get some assistance from the IKEA B&B Hotels team car. As the mechanic takes a photo of Kevin Vauquelin on his phone. I'm sure he, didn't really want that. But is probably too deep in to care in his own effort right now. But O'Connor did lead a lot of that Vuelta a España and had some time in the red jersey as well as at the Tour de France in the yellow jersey. He'll be looking to hold off Tadej Pogacar's yellow jersey though at the top of Col de la Loze, and he's got 5.8 kilometres to do just that. Tobias Hull and Johannesson sat on the wheel, but Pogacar looks to be pacing this one in. And it's still Narvaez, so Pogacar has Adam Yates still in his pocket if Jonas Vingegaard makes a move. But Vingegaard won't make a move until Sepp Kuss has set it up for him. Visma Lease-A-Bike have gone offensive though with their strategy today. As they have for the whole tour, and they have to be offensive to beat Tadej Pogacar. You won't be able to beat him by playing on the back foot because Pogacar is just too good of a rider. But right now, when they kind of threw the kitchen sink at it early on with the attack on the Madeleine for Vingegaard, the bridging to Matteo Jorgenson, and the attack from Jorgenson in the valley. But I think they've kind of returned back to their shell and may just ride this one in. But this is where the seriously steep sections start. Welcome, Mika. I actually don't know how long you've been here. I apologise. I've low-key not been looking at chat at all today. But yeah, Ben O'Connor is in for an upgrade if he wins this. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. It's not about stage honours or anything. It's not about the combativity award. It's not about the stage win. It's about the upgrade on the Tour de France game. And he's got 5 kilometres until he gets there. I am doing great, Mika. Thank you very much. I think I'd be doing a lot better if Visma Lease-A-Bike actually did something in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes. But that puts Ben O'Connor's stage win at jeopardy. So I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place at the moment. I absolutely want to see Gal send it though. And you are indeed correct that Ben O'Connor was second in last year's World Championships road race behind Tadej Pogacar. So he's got it in the tank on these hard stages. Narvaez is done, and Florian Lipowitz will be soon to follow. Primoz Roglic, will he go in for the kill as they head past Courchevel Airport? The white jersey is gone. And Narvaez gone means that Adam Yates is now the man. Will we be seeing a Majka-esque performance from Adam Yates? We've seen Rafał Majka do it so often, where he accelerates, does a sustained increase in the tempo, and Tadej Pogacar gets released, flying out of the traps. But with Lipowitz dropped, this is advantage Oscar Onley. After the back foot that he was on earlier in the stage. As Mika says, Johannesson is the most interesting rider I've ever seen. As in riding style and surviving. I mean, if by interesting you mean dull, Johannesson's your man. But he's kind of Matthias Franking it right now, which I respect. And I kind of like those sort of riders, so fair play. I'm a little bit questioning, though, the amount of treatment that he got at the top of Ventoux for his stomach problems. Which Uno X was surprisingly very open about. But either way, Johannesson keeps going. And what a recovery this is. But Sepp Kuss is off the back. Sepp Kuss is going. And Felix Gall is clinging on to the rear. Johannesson as well is hanging on for dear life. Kuss, I think, is about to let go. And suddenly now, this is Adam Yates and Tadej Pogacar against Jonas Vingegaard. Vingegaard outnumbered for the first time in this stage proper. He's had Jorgenson up the road at multiple occasions. But right now, it's 2 UAE against 1 Visma Lease-A-Bike. And will the team car let Pogacar know? And from that information, will Pogacar go for the kill? Tobias Harlan Johannesson gone as well. Off the back. Sepp Kuss alongside him. Only got the best setup by dropping early today. Yep. Lipowitz followed the attacks. He did a Ben O'Connor by following Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard. Onley played it safe. And in the end, thanks probably to all of the messing about in the valley section, Oscar Onley has saved his Tour de France. Felix Gall going off the back. So Gall starting to struggle. And now it is Roglic and Onley that are the only 2 riders in the GC with Vingegaard and Pogacar. Gall fights to get back on the wheel and does so of Primož Roglic. So a brief wobble from Gall, but not a full-on drop. You can tell he's struggling though, because he's not comfortable sitting in the wheel of Roglic. Pogacar looks comfortable in the yellow jersey. So does Jonas Vingegaard, but Vingegaard's got to hit the nitro button at some point, you would think, on this stage, that is descending ever so slightly into a damp squib of a GC battle, because Ben O'Connor has only lost 20 seconds in the last sort of 7 kilometres. This is Ben O'Connor's to lose, absolutely, Mika. O'Connor, though, has 3 kilometres of the stage to go. And for the final sort of 50 metres, it eases off. But O'Connor, right now, is in the driver's seat for the stage win, and Rubio might just take second at this point. So O'Connor goes up to 9th in GC then, right? O'Connor needs 8 minutes on Jordan Gégat. Right now, he's got 8 minutes on Jordan Gégat. And he needs even more than that on Ben Healy, who is well over 20 minutes down. So O'Connor does advance into 9th in GC with this performance. Roglic now off the back. Felix Gall has recovered after his little wobble and is back in the game thoroughly. Roglic, though, is struggling in the Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe colours. Oscar Onley, though, doing a super performance. Slovenian/Scottish corner is going to be very pleased with the performance of their 2 main riders. Tadej Pogacar in the yellow jersey and Oscar Onley. But the Oscar Onley podium is well and truly on right now. Primož Roglic gets back to the wheel of Felix Gall. So once again, we're seeing riders wobbling at the back. Maybe Onley's the next rider to have a little wobble. But O'Connor is flying right now and should have this more than in his hands. Will Rubio hold on for second? I don't think so. I think he'll be reeled in by the peloton and it'll be a bit agonising for the Colombian. but I think he was solely focused on the stage win. He's well over 2 hours down in the general classification, so he's not worried about his time at all. But O'Connor's making big strides. Ben Healy will be dispatched out of the top 10. Jordan Vingegaard will hold on, but O'Connor will enter the top 10 at the expense of Healy. Einer Rubio at 2 minutes and 10 seconds down has about one switchback of an advantage on the peloton, or what I'm calling the peloton, which is now the Yellow Jersey group. Lipowitz, though, now 40 seconds down, and Bull Bora-Hansgrohe may not have played this too fantastically. Obviously, in hindsight, it was a silly move to go. PCS has not been updated, by the way. Intriguing. Yeah, actually. Let me refresh the page. There we go. It's back. Thank you for that, Mika. Adam Yates is away. There we go. That actually, yeah, that looks a lot more correct, let's say. Because Ben O'Connor's up front. 2 minutes and 11 seconds on Rubio. 2 minutes 51 on the Yellow Jersey group. And will we see the attack from Jonas Vingegaard soon? Or will he just ride this one in and concede? More opportunities are up ahead, as Sepkus said. But it looks like Visma Lease-A-Bike have gone for this stage in particular. Adam Yates, though, continues to press on in the Yellow Jersey group. Ben O'Connor's got the stage win, but we're looking at the battle for GC constantly because we're expecting an attack from Jonas Vingegaard. Will it come? Or will it be Pogacar as Yates raises the tempo and gets rid of Roglic and Gal? Onley is holding the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard right now. So Gal and Roglic are being dropped and distanced by Adam Yates. It is now a test for both of these riders to get back on, pacing their efforts. Yates increases the tempo again, though. Lipowitz a minute down on the Yellow Jersey group, and this is all playing into the hands of Oscar Onley. He's not going to jump Lipowitz as it stands. He needs another minute. But right now, Oscar Onley is looking the best of the podium contenders, and this podium battle has swung one way and the other throughout this Tour de France. Ben O'Connor, though, has 1,500 metres left to ride for a great stage win. How much does Roglic need on Lipowitz? Roglic needs... Roglic needs like 2 minutes and well over 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. So it should still be Lipowitz in the lead for Bull Bora-Hansgrohe. But Roglic is back with the Yellow Jersey group. Felix Gal taking a little bit longer to close the gap if he is able to. Rubio might just take second because Jonas Vingegaard is not throwing a single punch. He is riding this one in with Tadej Pogacar. He's got 2 kilometres left to cause some damage. But it felt like he's gone too early. Vingegaard out the saddle now. Is he preparing something? He looks down at his stem. A little bit of a resigned look down. If I'm, exaggerating the eye test. But Onley sat fourth wheel. Starting to rock ever so slightly, but looks in control of things at the moment. 5 hours of this race have gone by. And no separation as of yet between Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard. The Vingegaard attack must come soon. It must come imminently. Because Rubio's going to take second, which is going to be more bonus seconds. And Vingegaard's got to take some sort of advantage on Pogacar on this stage, you'd think, if he wants any chance of taking the yellow jersey. And there it goes. Jonas Vingegaard with the moto draft. Adam Yates pulls off. He's had enough. Tadej Pogacar, seated, follows. Vingegaard's pace acceleration is being followed by Oscar Onley at the moment. And what a ride it is from Onley, who is keeping up with Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard, the two greats of the Tour de France of this generation. And it's Onley following for Picnic PostNL. Einer Rubio is now only 30 seconds ahead of Jonas Vingegaard, who can close that gap for second place, but Onley is following in. 550 metres left for Ben O'Connor, but now everybody watches the GC battle because Jonas Vingegaard has increased his tempo. I wouldn't even call it an attack, but Oscar Onley might just be riding himself into third place if Lipowitz continues to lose the time that he is. Ben O'Connor just has to ride this one into the line. He's got time to think about what he's just done, but Jonas Vingegaard is thinking about the here and now. And so is Oscar Onley, who looks more and more in control the more that Jonas Vingegaard rides on the front. Does Pogacar counter-attack this after everything that Jonas Vingegaard has done? But that was one of the weakest of the accelerations I've seen from Jonas Vingegaard. And he is starting to struggle. A look over the shoulder, both shoulders from Jonas Vingegaard, and he's probably thinking, what is this Picnic PostNL rider doing in third position? That is Oscar Onley, my friend, who at the moment is keeping up with the yellow jersey, but right now it's Ben O'Connor's time. The camera flicks forward to the Australian, who has 250 metres of his effort left. Mika's got his shirt off and is dancing around the room. His favourite rider's just taken a stage win. But back to the GC battle it goes. 1 kilometre left of the climb. 1 kilometre left of the stage. Upgrade him live on stream. You might have convinced me, Loki. Ben O'Connor, after what has been a frustrating Tour de France for him, many a breakaway, unsuccessful, but did the right attack at the right time, and his best result at this Tour of 4th is about to be taken out. Stage 18 of the Tour de France will be his stage, and he raises his arms. Jayco AlUla have their stage win, a big scream from Ben O'Connor, and the legs must be screaming at the top of Col de la Loze, but he won't care. Ben O'Connor takes the stage win. Einer Rubio fighting for second place. He's got Jonas Vingegaard chasing him, but Einer Rubio might just take P2 as Pogacar accelerates. Vingegaard follows. Onley still in the saddle, responding to yet another attack by one of the GC favourites. Pogacar, seated acceleration. Onley struggling to follow the wheel. So is Jonas Vingegaard, who is being dropped now by the yellow jersey. The legs are tying up for the Dane, and yet more time is heading into the Slovenian's pocket. Pogacar has to press on. Over the steepest percentages, Vingegaard has thrown everything he could throw at Tadej Pogacar. He flies past Einer Rubio now. This is second place on the road. If Rubio can position himself between Pogacar and Vingegaard, it's more bonus seconds for the Slovenian, but I doubt he'll care because it's another mental blow to Jonas Vingegaard delivered by Tadej Pogacar on Col de la Loze. Vingegaard closes in on Einer Rubio, so Jonas will take third on the road. But Pogacar's got 150 metres left to ride. Vingegaard recovers, but can only hold the gap to Tadej Pogacar. He cannot make inroads on the Slovenian, who once again finishes best of the GC riders. But like to Team Arensman, Ben O'Connor will take the win of the stage. Pogacar will gain time on Jonas Vingegaard, crosses the line, 1 minute 45 down on Ben O'Connor. And now the stopwatch starts to Jonas Vingegaard. Shake of the head from Jonas, and it's 10 seconds lost, plus 2 bonus seconds on the road. Oscar Onley crosses the line in 4th. What a big ride from him. And now we look back for the podium battle. Massive ride by Onley, and Lipowitz still has 300 metres of this climb to go. Gal finishes in front of Primoz Roglic on the stage, but he will be bitterly disappointed that he's lost time on Oscar Onley. Gal back in the game though, for the top 5 battle, and Primoz Roglic will be the next rider to cross the line. 50 metres to go for him, and Roglic, weirdly enough, looks like he's got plenty in the tank. I'm very confused by that facial expression from Roglic across the line. Adam Yates will be the next rider, and then Florian Lipowitz. How much time has the white jersey shipped to Oscar Onley? It was about 2 minutes that Oscar Onley crossed the line at. Johannesson is next to cross the line. He will finish 1:10 down on Oscar Onley. Then comes Sepp Kuss. Plenty of individuals sat between Florian Lipowitz and Oscar Onley. But Felix Gall looks to have gained time on both Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe riders, and this is indeed, Mika, a big blow for Florian Lipowitz. He does get to the line in time, but it is a major time loss for the German on the Scot, Oscar Onley. As the camera then flicks back, it's another mountain day tomorrow, but it is Ben O'Connor's mountain day today. At the summit of Col de la Loze, one of the hardest climbs, O'Connor takes the win. Where is Kevin, says Mika. My feed is showing a replay, and I fear it's going to go to ads any second, now that Onley is finished. And Lipowitz too. But there is Vauquelin fighting with the bike, trying to save every possible second that he has on the steepest gradients. Through the fog, round the final corner, and with 50 metres to go, it eases up for Kevin Vauquelin. But it will be a very difficult stage for him to recover from. 4 minutes and 35 seconds lost to Ben O'Connor. 2 minutes and 50 lost to Tadej Pogacar on the stage. Not a bad ride from Vauquelin. Not a bad recovery at all for the first of the GC riders to drop. But Ben O'Connor takes the stage win. OTL watch. We've got 150 riders still racing. And the cutoff begins. 43 minutes left for the likes of Jonathan Milan to get in to the finish. And in all honesty, I'm not going to be on stream for that. Ben O'Connor takes the stage win. 1 minute 45 ahead of Pogacar in second. 1 minute 54 ahead of Jonas Vingegaard in third position on the road. With Onley, the only other rider within 2 minutes of Ben O'Connor. So, let's have a look at the results page then. O'Connor by 1 minute 45 on Pogacar, 1 minute 54 on Vingegaard, 1 minute 58 on Onley, 2 minutes on Rubio, 2 minutes 25 on Gal, and 2:46 on Roglic. Yates and Johannesson just over 3 minutes down. Sepp Kuss at 3 minutes 26. Florian Lipowitz at 3 minutes 37, and just down there, Enric Mas, the only rider to DNF during the stage because Cyril Barth and Carlos Rodriguez did not take to the start. Florian Lipowitz 11th at 3 minutes 37 down on Ben O'Connor. It means that the GC gaps will have closed, but Florian Lipowitz keeps third. 11 minutes and 1 second now down on Tadej Pogacar. Vingegaard had a go today, but just couldn't stop the Slovenian, taking more time on him on the road. But look at Oscar Onley, 22 seconds away from Florian Lipowitz right now in the general classification. Kevin Vauquelin crossed the line at 4 minutes and 34 seconds, which means if I update the general classification, he does not appear. God damn it. Who goes in the break tomorrow? Great question. Emmanuel Buchmann is your answer. I'm guessing Gal goes again, Johannesson probably. In all honesty, with the way that this race is looking right now, and the way the race started, where you had like multiple riders, I'm talking Onley, Lipowitz, basically all of the podium contenders in the break. I think literally any rider in the GC that is not Pogacar or Vingegaard will kind of be quote-unquote allowed up the road. UAE won't follow them because they will force Visma's hand. But I think any of the podium contenders will be allowed up the road tomorrow. And tomorrow's stage looks a little bit like this. That's today. Similar idea tomorrow. La Plagne, 19.1 kilometers, 7.2% ore category label. But a lot more difficulties before that. Starting in Albertville, 130 kilometers. So all of these climbs are smashed into a short stage. Category 2 to begin with, 11.3 kilometers, 5.1%. That will be where the breakaway goes. Lidl Trek will control for the first 8 kilometers you'd expect for Jonathan Milan's green jersey. So the Côte d'Amry-sous-Ugine will be the first climb where breakaway riders will go. Then the Col de Cèze, Category 1 label, 13.7 kilometers, 6.4%, followed by the ore category Col de Pré, 12.6 kilometers, 7.7%. A very short descent before the Category 2 Cormet de Roseland, 5.9 kilometers at 6.3% off the top of the Col de Pré. And then the final climb of the day where everything will be decided, La Plagne, up to over 2,000 meters above sea level, 19.1 kilometers, 7.2% average. And that is what awaits us tomorrow. Very similar profile. But if I flick back, your updated GC with Kevin Vauquelin now. Is Vauquelin sat in 7th? Felix Gall is in 6th place, 15:36. Roglic into 5th at 12 minutes 49, with Vauquelin dropping to 7th at 16 minutes and 15 seconds behind your overall leader, Tadej Pogacar. And I think that is where I'm going to call it for now. 2 minutes and 50 will be difficult for Gal. Indeed so. And both him and Roglic have used up their breakaway card. So we'll be struggling, I think, tomorrow. I expect Johannesson to be in it. I expect some other riders for the stage win, the likes of Guillaume Martin, to go for it as well. But again, Ben O'Connor has proved that you can outfox the GC riders in a breakaway and take the stage win yourself. Because he wins the stage. I will listen into the Ben interview later, and I will add it to the stream for tomorrow, where we do this all over again. So for now, I will see you all tomorrow for the stream of stage 19, where it is the last mountain stage and the last chance for Jonas Vingegaard to throw it all in and try and gain 4 minutes and 26 on Tadej Pogacar. So, for now, stay safe, enjoy yourselves,